presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Baltimore. We are LA.
Tonight in Seattle, the Angels take on the Mariners for the first time since their incredible 7-run ninth-inning walk-off win at the Big A. Now the Halos are hot again, winning 6 of their last 7, and tonight they look to stay on a roll as Matt Shoemaker makes his return to the mound at Safeco Field. Angels, Mariners, next. Well, the Halos enjoyed the off day here in the Emerald City, and they needed one. 3 weeks without an off day. They enjoyed it because they just took a series against the Texas Rangers. Tonight, they kick off a 3-game set against the Seattle Mariners. We welcome you inside Safeco Field and back to Angels Baseball on Fox Sports West. He's Mark Gubiza. I'm Victor Rojas. Now, this, of course, the second meeting of the season between the Angels and the Seattle Mariners. And for the Angels, it certainly went all their way. For Seattle, not so much at the Big A.
Well, when you think about the Angels, had struggled against Seattle in the past, especially last couple of seasons, but at home had a very good series, including an epic comeback in the 9th inning, the second time ever for the Angels being behind 6 or more runs after 8 innings to come back in the game. It was led off by Albert Pujols' home run, and then some really good swings from that point forward. A lot of opposite field swings, worked some walks, and Albert again coming back up to the plate, driving in 2 with a single going the other way. The energy in the ballpark, it's all finished off by that very good swing by Cliff Pennington. Hit one hops the wall to win the game, a walk-off, scoring 7 runs in the 9th inning to come back in that game against Seattle, against Diaz, who was a very good closer for the Mariners. Just good swings were out there, and to be able to come back and sweep that series, very impressive.
Well, the Halos finished the month of April with a 14-13 record and try to get the month of May off on a good start. We're going to step away for a moment. When we return here to Safeco Field, we're going to focus in on the starting pitchers. James Paxton's been very, very good for Seattle. Matt Shoemaker trying to get on a roll. This three-game set against the Seattle Mariners. Mentioned going to break. Good pitchers matchup. James Paxton, fantastic for the Seattle Mariners through 5 starts.
Yeah, Victor, you're talking about two guys that pound that strike zone consistently. Both though, a lot of first pitch strikes. Paxton's been unbelievable. He mentioned up to 98 miles an hour on his fastball from the first inning till the last pitch he makes. Matt Shoemaker's going to have to be consistent with that split finger fastball. If he does so, he has some pretty good numbers career-wise against Seattle, but he needs that swing and miss splitter to go along with that first pitch strike throwing ability for Matt Shoemaker. If he does so, this should be a great pitching matchup, and whoever makes that one mistake could be the difference maker.
We're just about ready for baseball here in the Emerald City. Sit back or relax. We're going to bring you the lineups and the first pitch when we return. Angels Baseball on Fox Sports West is being brought to you by our local Southern California Land Rover retailers. By Jack in the Box, come try the new guacamole and bacon chicken sandwich only at Jack in the Box. And by your local Toyota dealers. Let's go places. Welcome back out to Seattle and Safeco Field. A 3-game series, second meeting of the season between these two ball clubs. And James Paxton and the Seattle Mariners not wasting any time whatsoever taking them out. Paxton was ready to go about 10 minutes ago, it seems like.
Yeah, when you're throwing like he's doing, you run out there as quick as possible.
You are anxiously awaiting the arrival of whoever's stepping into the batter's box. This is what the Angels look like tonight. In game number 28, we mentioned Halos at 14 and 13. 3.5 back in the West at the start of the day. We'll have Yunel Escobar leading things off at third. Cole Calhoun at right, Mike Trout at center, Albert Pujols at DH. It's Jeffrey Marte at first, Andrelton Simmons at shortstop, Danny Espinosa at second, Cameron Maben at left, and Martin Maldonado rounding out that starting 9. He is batting 9th and doing the catching as they take on the 28-year-old left-hander, native of Ladner, Canada. 3-0 on the season, a 1.39 ERA. His name's James Paxton.
Yeah, he's got a very good fastball. We talked about that in the opening. 93 to 98. He cut fastball, curveball, and changeup. Those a lot of fastballs. Those a lot of first pitch fastballs. My keys to be successful, my go-tos. Avoid those pitcher's counts. When he's ahead of the count, 0-1, 1-2, very devastating. And hit on your pace. He has a very quick pace working this season, more so than we've seen in the past. So if you're not ready to hit, step out and dictate the pace yourself.
Let's take a look at the defense for Seattle this evening. Heredia in left, Dyson in center, Gamble is in left, Segura on the left side, Cano and Valencia on the right, and Zunino behind the plate.
And Zunino, we've always said, very good as far as blocking pitch in the dirt, very good throwing arm himself, but it's getting his 19th start, the first 27 games at that catching position. A solid defender, but above all, very good as far as keeping pitches in front of him, especially when they're in the dirt.
Escobar ready to lead things off. Had a 2-hit game on Sunday. A double and an RBI single, going 2 for 5. Here's the first one tonight. That is fouled off to the right. Udell comes in batting .234. 5 doubles, 2 home runs, 8 runs batted in. Halos as a team finished the month of April with a batting average of .239. 10th in the American League. That one's a little bit low. 12th in home runs, 10th in runs scored. But the pitching has gotten better and better overall. A 3.95, 8th best in the American League, where they were struggling the first couple of weeks. Ground ball to the right side, and Danny Valencia takes it himself, and there's the first out of the game.
In my Hyundai key for this game for the Angels to be successful, getting that news about Tyler Skaggs yesterday. A little Raptor ruckus in this together. In other words, everyone has to put their A games out there, especially when you're facing a guy like Paxton as far as scoring some runs, playing outstanding defense. That Shoemaker setting the tone on the mound, and then the bullpen later on be able to finish it off. It's going to be a very difficult task going against Paxton, but it can be done if you do everything well.
Cole steps in against the lefty. And we'll look at a strike. Paxton, the guy that throws a lot of first pitch strikes. 64.5% first pitch strikes so far this year.
I mean, think about his numbers. Left-handed batter, Victor, against him. He's thrown basically 100% of that first pitch will be fastballs, whether it's a four-seam or cut fastball.
Lefties this year against Paxton, 2 for 16. Ground ball, and that's into the shift. Cano out shallow right. 2 down. Had a pretty good reason why Luis Valpueno is probably not in the lineup today.
Yeah, even though he was seeing the ball well in his rehab assignment, though, first game back against a tough lefty like this, especially those numbers against left-handed batters for Paxton, it's probably a good idea to see him maybe later on in the game against a righty out of the bullpen.
So Trout will bat with 2 outs and nobody on. He struggled in his career against Paxton. Shoot the first one foul down the right field line, 0-1.
And you're going to see a lot of first pitch swing. When you look at numbers against Paxton, behind in the count, it's a struggle, but either 1-0 count, 2-1 count, batting average of 400 or 800 in those 2 counts. Even when you go back to last year, well over 400. When he's ahead of the count, very difficult to hit.
Paints the inside part of the plate, and it's 0-2. Doesn't waste a lot of time. Hides the baseball well. His problem has been injuries that have plagued him. Last year, the career high, 20 starts. That's it. 0-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
See that fastball, 98.
Paxton making his 8th career start against the Angels. 3-2 and a 2.17 ERA. 2 quick outs. The 1-2 to Trout. Just got a piece of it. Mike coming off easily his best April of his professional career. 364 batting average. 7 home runs, 18 runs batted in, 9 doubles, 2 triples, a 443 on base percentage. And in the midst of a 14-game hitting streak. Trout will go down swinging. Paxton has himself a 1-2-3 first. Matt Shoemaker taking the mound at the bottom of the first with no score. 2-3, top of the inning. We'll take a look at Scott Service's his lineup for the Seattle Mariners, who roll into tonight with an 11-15 mark. Also with the off day yesterday, 6 games back in the West. They will have Gene Segura leading things off and playing short. Ben Gamble's in right, Robinson Cano in second, Nelson Cruz the DH, Kyle Seager at third, Danny Valencia at first base, Guillermo Heredia in left field, Mike Zunino behind the plate, and Gerard Dyson batting ninth and playing center field. Taking on Matt Shoemaker's making his 6th start of the season, 1-1 so far, and a 4.73 ERA.
Yeah, 4-4 in his career versus Seattle with an ERA at 4.26 for Shoemaker. Again, the big thing for Shoe is not only get ahead of the count, but when he gets ahead of the count, be able to finish off this very difficult lineup for Seattle here today.
Gene Segura comes in batting, 253. A couple of home runs, 8 RBIs. A little time on the disabled list. Back in there. Shoemaker's first one misses down and away. One-time Angel.
And you always would feel the way his hands are set up like there, he'd be susceptible to a high fastball. His hands set up a little lower. That means you have to bring your hands up to be consistent to get the barrel of the bat on a high fastball.
1-2. Breaking ball, that just misses. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Segura, 27 years of age. Dominican Republic coming over from the Arizona Diamondbacks in an offseason trade. The National League in hits last year with 203, and he'll go down swinging to start the bottom of the first. Take a look at the defense for the Angels tonight. Behind Matt Shoemaker, you've got Cameron Mabe at left, Mike Trout at center, Cole Calhoun at right. The infield, Yunel Escobar and Andrelton Simmons on the left side. Danny Espinosa, Jeffrey Marte on the right, with Martin Maldonado serving as Matt Shoemaker's battery mate.
You got Danny Espinosa at second base. Has been very solid this one error so far. 989 fielding percentage back in 2015. 997. With the majors in that category. Very solid defender, plus a very good throwing arm as far as completing double plays with.
Ben Gamble to start tonight in right field. Mitch Haniger's on the disabled list with an oblique strain. Saw Gamble towards the end of last year with Seattle. Got into 27 games for them. At 200, with a home run and 5 runs batted in after being traded over from the New York Yankees. Just a 6th game at the major league level this year. Popped up. This one will slice into the seats behind the dugout. 2 balls, 1 strike.
And Matt Shoemaker had to feel real good to get that first batter out of the way. First start here at Safeco since getting injured with that line drive back up the middle by Kyle Seager last season. So you get that first out, you can kind of relax a little bit at this point if you're Shoemaker. Now just get back to making quality pitches. Because you know he's been asked that question a lot about making the first start back here.
2-2. I think if this were his first start of the season, I could see it. But now 5 starts in, plus spring training. I'm sure it crept in, but
I don't
not
think,
like that first start.
I don't think it really matters to him, but it's the questions that everyone keeps asking.
Right.
And that's the thing. And eventually, I mean, he's such a good person, he's going to answer the question, but he's already moved on past that.
Gamble goes down swinging and shoe with a couple of strikeouts to start the first.
Stayed back on this one well. Good slider down and in. So often we talk about the split finger fastball. He throws quite a few sliders and a similar type of break at times with his slider and split.
So it's Robinson Cano stepping up with the bases clear. Shift on for the Angels. Espinosa really out in shallow right. Spacious ballpark that is Safeco Field. The first one's in for a strike. 331 down the left field line, 326 down the right. 401 to straightaway center field. Roof is closed. Some rain expected tonight. It's actually been closed since the Mariners were taking batting practice.
Yeah, a little drizzle at that point.
No balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, you mentioned Espinosa being able to play a little bit deeper out in that right field because he has such a strong throwing arm. Some second basemen don't have that arm strength that Espinosa has, so they'll play a little bit further in, but he's way deep out there in the outfield grass. That's a pretty long throw to first base if it's grounded towards him, but he has the arm to do so.
This one's out to left field. Maben is not going to get there. Took a weird angle towards it. Now lets it get away from him. And Cano will stop at second with a 2-out double. There's been a couple of times this year where Cameron Maben's really taken some odd routes to baseballs, and I don't know if he didn't pick it up here with the LED lighting or what.
You see him, he's going in there to, if you're going to after that baseball, it's that angle straight at the baseball, not around it. And then when it hits that corner there between the grass and the dirt, it gets by him and allows Cano to get into scoring position for a red-hot hitter right now, and Nelson Cruz. Very different than the hitter we saw in Anaheim, which the Angels pitched him very well, but now on a roll.
Yeah, Cruz had, at the start of that series was 1 for 15. He's picked it up a little bit. 315 batting average, 7 home runs, 23 runs batted in. A 2-out double for Cano. That's his 7th of the season. Man in scoring position.
Nice block by Maldonado on that first pitch, split finger fastball. Again, when you talk about throwing a lot of first pitch strikes, Shoemaker season 70.4% first pitch strikes. 5th best in the major. So you have 2 pitchers that throw a lot of first pitch strikes.
Good off-speed pitch. That's 1 ball, 1 strike. Yeah, that's 70.4%, just a tick better than he had last year. Last year was his highest percentage of first pitch strikes, 68%.
And a lot of those came after he, got through the month of April into May. So I think at that point that percentage was right around like almost 73%. From middle of May on for Shoemaker.
Cano at second with a 2-out double. Good fastball, 1-2. And not that you have to ratchet it up as a starting pitcher, because you're obviously amped up for every start. But it's in the back of your head that you're facing a guy right now that is lights out at Paxton. So
yes.
You kind of have to be pinpoint perfect.
Your focus is on every single pitch. You're not even thinking, okay, what do I got to do to be able to pitch well into the 6th and 7th? You're thinking about every single batter from the first one you face in the first inning.
That's where you get in trouble, right? When you start trying to think ahead, or looking who's on deck or in the hole or whatever, that's when you start to get in trouble.
Exactly, because then your mind's going away from what you have at the plate right now. And any given mistake you make, especially the way Paxton has been on a roll this season, then you put yourself in position, not only the team, but yourself to be able to pick up a loss out of that.
Good lead for Cano. 2-2 to Cruz. Just inside full count.
See, that's when you know he's locked in, because earlier when we saw that similar type of pitch, he was swinging at that pitch in Anaheim, but he just tracked that one well. Split finger fastball. Kyle Seager on deck. Not even concerned about him. He's concerned right about this batter right now in Nelson Cruz for Shoemaker.
105 runs batted in last season for Cruz with 43 home runs.
And for all those people who said, well, those home runs that he had in Baltimore wouldn't translate into Safeco Field, wrong.
He's got Yellowstone Park power. Doesn't matter. Payoff on the way. And he got him looking. Froze him with a fastball on the outside part of the plate. And that 2-out double stranded at second as Shoemaker strikes out the side. We head to the second, scoreless. By your SoCal Chevy dealers, find new roads. Second inning at safe go, no score. Pujols, Marte, and Simmons against James Paxton. Paxton's 1.39 ERA coming into play today, fourth best in the American League. He'll go first pitch strike.
Saying that quite a bit. First pitch, fastball, strike.
It's 0-2. Howard at 231. 3 home runs, 22 runs batted in. Hitless on Sunday. Picked up a walk. Pulls this one down the line. Past Seager. That's headed toward the corner. Heredia will let it roll down. There's Albert. Stumbles going around first. Hopefully he's all right. It's just the dirt there. It's a double for Albert to lead off the second inning.
There's two guys that have known each other for a long period of time. A lot of RBIs and hits between the two. Speaking of hits, brought his hands inside on that baseball well. We talked about that before for Albert, bringing his hands in. See that stumble there for Pujols. He's able to cruise in for his fourth double of the season. Had a smile with Cano, still smiling and talking with Robinson Cano. 606th career double. Just past Paul Molitor. Next up on that list, Hank Aaron.
Fouled back by Marte.
And why wouldn't you if you're Marte? First ball, fastball hitter anyhow. And first 5 batters of this game, Paxton is throwing a fastball, almost a similar area, each one, 95 and 96 range.
Hit for Albert is 2,850th of his career. Breaking ball down and in.
I think you'll notice more though with Paxton, when there's runners in scoring position, he will throw his curveball and changeup more. As far as number and percentage of curveballs so far this season, it's increased, but his changeup throwing has gone down.
That'll move some feet. A 2-1 count. Jeffrey had a big game on Sunday. 2 RBIs, a single and a home run. 3 for 5, or 2 for 5 overall, pardon me.
off the plate. Paxton doesn't walk a lot of guys. Just 5 walks on the season. Pardon me, 6 walks in the season. Go with 39 strikeouts. Now 40 if you count Trout's in the first. And there's a walk. So double followed by the walk, and it'll bring up Andrelton Simmons with 2 men on.
Here's your opportunity to take a look at our Carl's Cam replay. We talked about that first pitch being a fastball often. 95, first pitch to Escobar. Fastball to Cole Calhoun, 96, lower part of the strike zone. Mike Trout gets a 96-mile-an-hour fastball. Albert, 95. And then Marte, 95. Very similar as far as the plane of those fastballs. So you got to be sitting first pitch fastball if you're Andrelton Simmons to do some damage.
And every one of those in the bottom part of the zone.
So you track low. He can throw the fastball upstairs, but he hasn't done that yet.
Breaking ball first pitch, and it misses.
He saw our Carl's Cam replay. That's what it was. It was relayed out to him.
He was dialed in.
Yes.
He's got an IFB in his ear listening to our broadcast right now.
And why wouldn't he?
Andrelton hitting .284, 3 home runs, 7 RBIs. As Pujols at second, and Marte at first. Seager in a little bit at third, as is Valencia at first. 1-1. One, two. This one's lifted out toward left center field. Heredia calling for it. And Dyson at the last second stabbing for it. Makes the catch. Runners cannot advance. 1 away.
It seemed like it was a product of the pitch before that Andrelton Simmons let go of the fastball. Then he expanded a little bit more so on a breaking ball. Talked about Paxton will throw more curveballs in RBI situations against him. Now for Espinosa here against Paxton, we talked about a lot of those first pitch fastballs being lower part of the strike zone. That is the pitch he's hit well this season. He's had a tough time with those 4-seam high fastballs. Hasn't faced them before. But right now you would think he's sitting something a lower part of the strike zone, one of those lower quadrants of the strike zone, to see if he can do some damage.
Danik gives it batting 170. Espinosa had an 0 for 4 game on Sunday. 3 doubles, 3 home runs, 13 runs batted in. Albert leading off the inning with a double down the left field line. Marte working the walk.
Now batters this season, 1-0 counts, 400. 2 for 5 against Paxton last year, 448 on 1-0 counts in play.
Breaking ball in there, 1-2. Halos as a team have hit .213 this year with men in scoring position. So while the going's been good of late for the Angels, they've gotten some quality pitching. And we'll get a hit here or there. But it hasn't come in bunches as far as the men in scoring position for the Angels.
Wonder if he'll run that 4-seam fastball upstairs now.
It looks like Espinosa goes down swinging, 2 outs.
This is what we thought going upstairs. The target set by Zunino. Firm fastball at 97. And later on in the game, we're going to show you the difference between Paxton just a couple of seasons ago as far as his arm angle he threw at us compared to what we're seeing so far this season. Be more consistent.
So it's up to Cameron Maybin. 206 batting average for Cameron. Takes inside. 2 doubles, a home run, 5 runs batted in.
1 for 3 in his career versus Paxton. This is a very important at bat for the Angels and for Cameron Maybin. Get one of these runners home.
.286 hitter with men in scoring position this year.
Has been real good the last couple of seasons, Cameron Maybin. When you notice when Paxton gets in the stretch, he uses that, fans that glove. The reason why you do that as a pitcher, because at one point you were doing that on certain pitches, whether it's a breaking ball, and not doing it on your fastball. So you were tipping what pitch you were going to throw. So now you see Paxton doing it all the time. That way he's not giving away whether he's throwing a breaking ball, change up, or his fastball.
Wants Zunino to run through the signs once again. One, two. Got him swinging as the Angels get the first 2 on to start the inning, and they drop anchor at first and second respectively. We're headed to the second with no score. Wasting an opportunity at the top of the inning. Want to remind you to host a business function to celebrate a special occasion in your own private suite at Angel Stadium. Suite rentals offer all-inclusive food and beverage packages. If you want more information, just go to angels.com/suites. Matt Shoemaker had 3 strikeouts in the first inning. Sandwiched in there was a Cano double. And here in the second, he gets Kyle Seager, Danny Valencia, and Guillermo Heredia. Seager hitting .253. .356 on base percentage. The Mariner third baseman. Puts this one out toward shallow left field. Long run in from Maybin. Calling for it. That's the catch for the first out.
Well, it's been pretty amazing so far this season for Matt Shoemaker as far as batting average against him when he's either 1-0 or 0-1. You would think it'd be just the opposite. 0-1 counts so far this year against when he's got ahead with that first pitch strike. Batting average of 242 after an 0-1 count. When he's behind in the count, 1-0 though, a 167 batting average. And what that tells you, he hasn't had quite that finishing pitch at times this season when he's been ahead of the count in the past, especially last year when he was on that very good roll. When he got ahead of the count, he got a lot of swing and misses. So far this year, he's had to battle back in counts before getting his punch outs after being behind 1-0, another out after a 1-0 count.
And that's a starting count.
Yes.
So it could be it starts at 0-1. It could end up being a 3-1 count,
Yes.
and so on and so forth. As Valencia takes ball one, first baseman's off to a slow start with his new team. Leaving up the count. Oh, lively with a fastball, it seems like tonight.
And that last strikeout he got against, to finish off last inning against Nelson Cruz at 95.
Good rip by Valencia, fouls it back 1-2. Saw Danny last year as a starting third baseman for Oakland and finishing up in right field quite a bit. Playing first base with Seattle.
I talked to Dave Sims today, who does a play-by-play for Seattle, saying Valencia has been very good defensively for Seattle at first base.
Breaking ball out toward left center field. Havens there. 2 down. Kind of fooled here with the sound with the roof closed.
And at times as an outfielder, we hear that sound, your first instinct is take a step back or an angle at the baseball, then you have to come in on it though.
The old retractable roof here at Safeco.
And another one of those outs on a start off on the count is a 1-0 count.
Already the left fielder. Fifteenth game, takes a strike. 327 average. 2 doubles, 2 home runs, 3 RBIs. 26-year-old native of Cuba. Got into 45 games last year with Seattle.
Good speed in the outfield, very strong throwing arm. Off to a solid start offensively too for Seattle.
Lifted out toward second base. Espinosa calling for it. Shoemaker with a 1-2-3 second. We'll head to the third here at Safeco with no score. 9-1-2 coming up for the Angels. Maldonado, Escobar, and Calhoun. There's James Paxton. 3 strikeouts, 1 walk. Shoemaker, 3 strikeouts, 1 hit.
Maldonado's had a pretty solid start to his season offensively. We know what he's done defensively. He does have occasional power. So look for him to sit first pitch fastball to see if he can do some damage on that very first pitch.
Thinking about it. Just fouled it back. 262 average to start the year. 357 on base percentage. That's that breaking ball in beautifully. It's an 0-2 count.
See how much break that is to that cut fastball from Paxton. Starts right around that inside part of the plate, ended up behind Maldonado.
Line to right field, a base hit right past the first baseman Valencia.
What a good piece of hitting there by Maldonado. Stayed back, let that baseball travel. You know, it was a firm fastball, was upstairs, and shoots that ball by Valencia at first base. Location not hit by Paxton, stayed out over the plate, shortened up a swing, let it travel. Good level swing from Martin Maldonado for a base hit.
Brings up Escobar for the 2nd time tonight. Now grounded out to Valencia in the 1st inning, trying to go to right field. Takes a strike into the knees. Short lead for Maldonado at first.
I was talking to Paul Sorrento and Dave Hansen today about Paxton, if you could try to run on him, because I noticed he has no pickoffs in his career. He's allowed 14 stolen bases in 17 attempts in his career. So you figured, okay, maybe you can run against him, but he's so quick to the plate. It's about a 1-1 to 1-2, which is very, very quick to the plate. Very similar like Cliff Lee. Remember with Seattle and Texas, Philly over the years, very quick on a slide step, very difficult as a base runner. Even though Maldonado's not going to run here, but base runners in general to steal against are very difficult to do so.
Cliff Lee, a very good fielding pitcher as well. Escobar 2-1, fouls it back, fastball to drive. 2-2. Second straight inning, the Angels have picked up a leadoff hit. Albert with a double to start the 2nd, 606th of his career. See this beautiful facility that is Safeco Field. Full count.
That cut fastball down and in, trying to get Escobar to hit the ball on the ground. It seems some pretty good swings at fastballs that is up in the strike zone against, especially out over the plate, not in. Especially like the one he threw to both Espinosa and Maben in with a fastball. Looks like he's going to go in with a fastball now.
2 bouncer foul on Renicky with the hands. He'll reset and do it again.
So often we see Mike Scioscia having the runner go on a 3-2 count, but Maldonado was not going that last one, not going again.
And he works a walk. So 2 on and nobody out to start the 3rd, just like the 2nd inning.
And he's been so good so far this season, Paxton. And you can see all these pitches thrown. 96 on the fastball. He threw a curveball in there, fastball at 97, and a cut fastball. Then that fastball at 97, late movement out of the strike zone. So you saw consistently in that at bat against Escobar, a lot of 97s. but not necessarily hitting the spot.
Second time this year he's issued 2 walks in a game. First time was the second start of the season.
You got to get him while you have an opportunity before he settles in.
Cole grounded out his first time up. And that gets by Zunino.
That's huge.
And the runners will advance to second and third.
Again, that's going to be called a wild pitch, but we see with Zunino so often, he's able to keep that in front. Looked like he was going to try to scoop at and make a back pick. And ball got away from him. Wild pitch, 2 runners in scoring position.
Overthrown fastball from Paxton. Second and third, nobody out. Infield back. Seager near the cut of the grass at third. Cole shoots one out to left field. Heredia coming in and toward the foul line will make the catch. Maldonado's not going anywhere. 1 out.
And now it's time for In the Driver's Seat, brought to you by the new 2017 Kia Sorento with Mike Trout. Coming into play, it had an outstanding month of April. Career highs as far as batting average, home runs, RBI hits, slugging percentage, 18 extra base hits, which tied a club record. And they will pitch to him here.
Trout struck out his first time up. Takes inside.
So often we have seen Scott Service just go ahead and walk Trout in this spot, but Trout is 2 for 21 in his career versus Paxton.
That's with 11 strikeouts. 2-0. This might just be a case of
see if he'll get him to chase him and enough fastballs in to jam him. One thing about Trout, although, and I'm walking him now, we figured that was going to happen at some point in this at bat. And remember, the last at bat for Albert, and we've seen some pitches, especially in RBI situations for Paxton, he will pitch inside. Albert, last at bat, very good job as far as bringing his hands inside. He got the barrel of the bat on a fastball inside at 96.
Albert doubling down the left field line in the second inning. 4th double of the season. 606th of his career. Here comes the first one. He swings in a breaking ball. What are they claiming? It's a foul ball.
It's a strike. Yes. As long, if the ball comes down and hits his foot, if he check swings, they can appeal that. If it's not a swing, then it'll be a hit by a pitch. But once you swing, even if it hits you, it's a strike.
Yep.
That's how wicked that breaking ball was.
Albert looking, first pitch fastball. Certainly didn't get it. Maldonado at third. Escobar at second. Trout at first. Scoreless, we're in the third. 0-2.
I remember that last game out had a couple of bats in a row with the bases loaded.
Halo's already tonight through the last 2 innings, 0 for 4 with men in scoring position. Very straight breaking balls, and Albert is out number 2.
When curveball, cut fastball, curveball, all almost in the same exact spot.
Jeffrey Marte worked a walk in the second. 2 outs, base is still loaded.
Remember, he picked up Albert the other day, got a base hit, drove in 2 with the bases loaded after Albert had struck out. See if he can do it again here.
1-0 count. That was a cue shot off the end of the bat with no chalk.
It just ran away from
the old Minnesota Fats base hit up the middle.
Thing to keep in mind, though, with Paxton already coming to this game with 5 wild pitches, 1 tonight, 6 already this season. Pretty good indication how good his stuff is. But very difficult to block at times when he throws that breaking ball in the dirt.
Nice block by Zunino. 2-0. I mean, it's part of his game. Bouncing that breaking ball or cut fastball. And we've seen a couple of times already in this inning. You got to trust that the guy behind the plate can get the job done. The Angels have a guy in Martin Maldonado that can do it.
First of all, to have that many wild pitches, that means you got to have pretty good stuff. Garrett Richards had a lot of wild pitches. That nasty slider he would throw in the dirt.
Was it Jeremy Bonderman that lost 20 games that one year?
Yes.
You got to be a pretty good starter to be run out there every 5th day to be able to lose 20 games.
Yeah.
Right?
Otherwise, if you're like 1-10, or say, well, AAA looks good for you. You're just good enough to be in the situation where you end up getting those losses.
Foul back. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Again, a good hitters count. 2-1 count. Hitters hitting 4, coming in this game 4 for 5 against Paxton.
19 games he lost. 6-19 for 0-3 Tigers. Jeremy Bonderman. I don't know how I pulled that one out of my hat.
He's still pretty young too. He's under 40 too. It seemed like he's been done playing for a while.
2-1, bouncer to third, and the Angels are going to leave him loaded. Well, they've wasted 2 golden opportunities to get on the board. They are 0 for 6 with men in scoring position. We're scoreless heading to the bottom of the 3rd. Third inning. Hey folks, get your red on this season and create memories with your friends and family. Angels baseball is great family fun for everyone. For only $44, get 4 tickets, 4 hot dogs, and 4 soft drinks with the Coca-Cola Friends and Family Fun Pack. Just go to angels.com/funpack. Get more information.
As the norm, a lot of Angel fans make their way up here to Safeco Field in Seattle.
Matt Shoemaker facing 8-9-1 here in the 3rd. Zunino hitting 172. 4 doubles, a couple of runs batted in. So this is that first one. Matt retiring to sign in order in the 2nd on 3 fly ball outs.
Making his way up to Mark Langston. He's going to have to field the baseball after throwing out the first pitch earlier today.
Taking out someone's ankles.
Yeah. There he is. Seattle Mariner legend, along with the Angel legend. and saying hi. There he is, Mark Langston. 74 career wins. 5th on the all-time list, 179 overall for Langer.
Down goes Zunino, 4th strikeout for Shoemaker.
Let's go back to that first pitch. Rick Griffin, the trainer who took care of Langer.
Tried to take out his ankle.
Yes, he did. He says good movement. There it is. On top, shoulders level, eye on the target. And said, all right, I got a ground ball with that one. He used to get a lot of swings and misses.
That's one of those, you know, and you saw by his reaction the minute it leaves your hands, you know that's trouble. That's why he stuck the tongue out a little bit.
And he loves us right now, saying, yes, wait a no more.
Gerard Dyson at the plate.
That's a good split finger fastball to start with. You know he's coming running in there after this half inning to get us.
It's one thing to bounce it from the mound, but in front of the mound?
Hey, there's a lot of throws in that arm.
I know.
Trying to conserve. Believe me.
Shoemaker ahead of the count at 0-2. Dyson at 229 on the season. First year with Seattle.
As our friend Chris Myers would say, we kid because we care.
That's right. Oh, Chris Myers. We have the boneless shrimp franchise idea.
Yes. Especially the buffalo shrimp variety.
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Boneless buffalo shrimp.
Yes.
Chris, one of the best.
Yes.
1-2. Outside, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Top of the order on deck is Segura. 1 base runner for Seattle. That was a 2-out double by Cano in the first inning.
It's the one guy you want to make sure you keep off the bases. Already 8 stolen bases in 10 attempts, even though we know how good of an arm Martin Maldonado has. Dyson forces you to be quicker to the plate, and that throws off your timing as far as getting that arm in a good slot.
Dyson skies one out to shallow left. Long run for Escobar. Maben goes into a slide, makes the catch. 2 down. Nice play by Cameron. Get that second out.
That's that coverage we've been waiting to see on a consistent basis from Maben. We know what he can do in that center field position. He's played that position throughout his career. Look how far he's got to go, and he's got to deal with both Escobar and then Simmons trying to get into the picture himself, and slides in and makes it a very good defensive play. Very close to being a fair ball, but ended up being foul, but the coverage there for Cameron Maben.
Top of the order now, Gene Segura, who struck out in the first.
A good decision for Matt Shoemaker. It took a while to get back to that pitching mound to allow Cameron to get back into his defensive position now. To catch a little bit of a breather, covering that much ground.
Two balls and no strikes. 4 punch outs, no walks. 1 hit allowed for Matt Shoemaker. 6th career game, 5th start here in this ballpark against Seattle. Three 3-0. Just off the plate.
One thing we've seen so far in this game as far as that first pitch strike, which is generally something he always does, is 4 of 10 so far for Shoe. but the results coming back into counts very effective.
And a 4-pitch walk. First free pass, second base runner against Shoemaker. It'll bring up Ben Gamble. And you got to pay attention to Segura. 33 stolen bases a season ago. Has 3 this year, yet to be caught. Seattle's second in that category with 21 stolen bases. Led by Dyson's 8.
Keep in mind, the best move the Shoemaker has is before he gets into set position, he'll kick around in that pitching rubber and then fire over quickly.
Not a big lead for Segura. Gamble takes low. So that's 5 out of the zone now for Shoe.
This is the time you might see him throw over quickly before he gets set, although Segura has not gotten a big lead yet. It's a real short lead.
Got a running start. Maldonado's throw is high, sails into center field, and Segura will take third. Shoe never froze Segura at first base, and there's nothing Maldonado can do as Martin gets charged with his first error of the season.
It's a running start. And try to be super quick on the transfer, and the high throw allows Segura not only to steal the base but get to third base on the errant throw.
And another one out of the zone for Shoemaker. 2-0 to Gamble. 3-0, so 7 out of the strike zone all of a sudden for Matt Shoemaker. Been cruising after getting the first 2 outs here in the third.
And then has to deal with Robinson Cano coming up next.
Back-to-back walks. Sure, Nagy will come out and pay a visit. And right on cue, there comes Charlie.
Yeah, there's 2 more strikes than pitches out of the strike zone of the 46. Shoemaker today. 22 balls, 24 strikes. See how much he missed really when you look at these pitches. A couple high, a couple well off the plate. Wasn't the velocity of the fastball necessarily, but it was location as far as and movement of the fastball up and above the strike zone.
Amazing thing, Gooby, is the fact that it left him that quickly, just out of the blue.
I mean, he's been throwing the ball well. When you look at 4 strikeouts into the 3rd inning here, and then back-to-back walks on 4 pitches, so 8 total pitches in a row out of the strike zone, and really not close.
And you've got to be careful with this pitch coming up, because I'd imagine that Cano's going to sit dead red.
Yeah, most times as a hitter, you always think when you have a conversation with the pitching coach, you're going to get that first pitch fastball. Might be a good idea if a Shoemaker could throw a split first pitch. And there it was, and just barely out of the strike zone.
Just a little bit low.
So often when the pitching coach comes out to the mound, I say, go out there and challenge him, trust the movement on your fastball. Well, the hitters are thinking the same thing.
Shoemaker's gotten himself into a little trouble here, trying to work out of it. Scoreless in the third. Angels ample opportunity in the last 2 innings to give Shoemaker some support, but come up empty. Cano 1 for 1 with a double to left. 1-1. Segura standing at third base. Gamble at first. Shift on with a Cano at the plate. 2-1. Cano now 7 for 23 in his career. Against Shoemaker. Double in the first, his 7th of the season.
Good pitch there by Shu on that. Cano sitting fastball. Got a split instead. 50 pitches, 22 of them so far in this inning. And very quick second inning with his 9 pitches for Shu and 3 fly ball outs. 19 in the first with 3 strikeouts.
Segura coming down the line, trying to fluster Shoemaker, with Escobar way off the line. Cano asking for time. Rule of thumb for a base runner at third base, you can get as far off the base as the third baseman is away from the bag.
That way you can read something if it's in the dirt easier.
2-2. Cano hits one toward short, and with the shift on, it gets through. Segura will come in to score. The throw goes to second, and Seattle has a 1-0 lead here in the third.
That pitch was up and out of the strike zone. But Cano stayed back on it well. Fastball up, stayed back. And Shoemaker originally thought with that ground ball be rated the shortstop, but with the shift on, and Shoemaker not necessarily happy about that, ends up being an RBI single. But again, didn't hit his spot on that one.
To the walk, one of them anyway, has come back to haunt him. Here's Cruz, who struck out looking down the first. Bouncer to third. Escobar misplays it. 2-0 Seattle. Yunel deciding to back up on that ball instead of trying to play the short hop. Has the ball playing him, and those 2 walks now have come across.
And given a base hit on this ground ball.
How in the world is that a base hit and an RBI? Are you kidding me? That is a routine ground ball that should be fielded by a major league third baseman. And it counts against Shoemaker. Cano ends up at second. Cruz apparently picks up his 24th run batted in. 2-0 Seattle. 2 outs. Here's Seager.
Talk about a very important at bat right here now for Shoemaker. Even though Paxton has allowed a number of base runners, he hasn't settled in yet. He might settle in now, so very important to keep this as a 2-0 deficit.
Two and 0. Cano at second, Cruz at first. 3-0. This inning started with a strikeout of Zunino. Dyson slicing a foul ball down the left field line that Maben caught for out number 2, and then all of a sudden it just went away from Shoemaker. Back-to-back walks on 8 pitches to Segura and Gamble. Single by Cano and an alleged single by Cruz. 3-0. There's your strike, 3-1.
Thought Seager may be swinging at that pitch and forcing off for Shoemaker and the Angels. He did not swing at that pitch. Went after with a fastball.
Hey, going back to the first inning when we talked about locking up with someone like Paxton as good as he, does it creep in here a little bit that you're trying to be a little bit too fine, perhaps?
Yeah, especially because you were getting through this inning. It looked like you were going to have 0 damage. Then you fell right away. That loss of concentration with Segura at the plate, and all of a sudden it went away from you. And it has somewhat. This should be a conversation with Maldonado. He's very good as far as finding something wrong with his pitcher. And now he's going to go out there to try to talk to him. Now we had Charles Nagy out there earlier. But Maldonado is seeing exactly what's going on at this point. 29 pitches, 18 of them out of the strike zone for Shoemaker, something you do not see often from Shoe. But again, you're right, Victor. When you're locked up against a guy pitching as well as Paxton is, he has 5 starts, 4 of them he is not allowed to run this season. So you have to be perfect.
And not only that, the Angels have had opportunities to put something on the board. So then that's got to weigh on you as well as a starting pitcher. And Shoe will work from the windup here with Valencia at the plate. Bases loaded, 2 outs, and this is bounce over to third. This time, Escobar comes up with it. And the third out is recorded at second. Seattle strikes for 2 as we head to the 4th. Halos trail at 2-0.
Brought to you by Hyundai. There's no better time to buy a new Hyundai than now. See your local Hyundai dealer or visit buyhyundai.com.
2-0 Seattle as we begin the top of the 4th inning.
A couple of my Chaminade high school baseball players that play for University of Washington up here now. Came to the game tonight. Tommy Costello, Nick Kale.
First year guys?
Yes, freshmen.
Nice. Are they playing or are they redshirting?
Yes, no, they're
good
playing.
for them.
Doing a nice job so far.
That's awesome. Congratulations.
Great program. Coming into the season, Washington was ranked very high.
Simmons, Espinosa, and Maben for the Angels here in the 4th. Anderson, fly ball to shallow left center field in his first at bat. Paxton with 4 strikeouts, 3 walks. One was intentional after falling behind. Trout at 2-0. Most walks he's issued in a game this year.
Again, the important thing for a pitcher that's on a roll like he is beginning part of the season, and you've had an opportunity a couple times on the ropes, did not score. You can't allow him to settle in.
Ground ball toward the hole, and that'll sneak through.
That'll
Past
start.
the diving Segura.
Still, you create that doubt in Paxton's mind. He's had great success this year, 4 out of the 5 starts, and very good career numbers against the Angels, but the opportunities have been there, especially with the leadoff batters. 3 innings in a row for the Angels against them.
The Halos have stranded 5 base runners in the last 2 innings.
And Socha having a conversation with Matt Shoemaker. I guarantee there was 2 parts of that conversation. One, tell him to be aggressive, don't fall behind where there's back-to-back walks like that. 3 walks in the inning. I'll make that 2 walks in the inning. But you also want to remember when that ground ball through the shift, he's certainly a little bit upset about thinking he got a ground ball, but he didn't hit his spot necessarily in that pitch to Cano.
Pitch was up.
Yep.
That was a 2-strike pitch after throwing a really good splitter to even up that count.
That's a good conversation for Socha with him. You realize how important he is not only to be pitching very well, but to get deep in the game and give himself a chance to get a win.
Line to short, and for some reason Simmons almost gets doubled up. Works out because the error by Segura allows Andrelton to get to second. I don't know why Andrelton froze.
Especially when it's in front of you like that.
So it's 1 out and a man at second.
Hit well by Espinosa. And a low throw, and at that point as a first baseman you can't see that throw right behind the runner going back.
Second error of the season for Segura. Well struck by Espinosa, nothing to show for it. He's 0 for 2 on the night. Here's Cameron Maybin, who struck out in the second inning. Fouls his first one back. It's a 0-1 count. Missed hit.
And going back to this count right now, this is the count where hitters have had success against Paxton for the last couple of seasons. Put himself in a fastball count.
Simmons over at second base, big lead, 3-1. And that's pulled toward left field and headed toward the corner, and that is a fair ball over the wall. Ground rule double for Cameron Maybin as the Angels get one of those runs back, 2-1 Seattle.
Third double of the season for Maybin, and got in a good count that this is center in there on the spot and hooks it right down in the corner for a ground rule double. 6th RBI for Cameron Maybin. Xanderson Simmons scores the first run of the game for the Angels in a base hit with a runner in scoring position. Shorten up a swing on that, lines it down in the corner just inside the chalk. Nice play by the fan on that one, by the way. That's why you bring a glove.
Breaking ball in for a strike on Maldonado at a base at the right field in the 3rd inning.
Paxton remembers that last at bat for Maldonado. He hit a fastball that was up and away and hit it hard the other way past Valencia at first base. Back-to-back curveballs to start this at bat. Cano going in there just to make sure Paxton varies his look back to second as Maven's trying to time it. See if he can steal third base.
Well, they weren't really holding Simmons on at second base with one out. Now Cano trying to keep Maven close in a one-run game. 2 balls, 1 strike.
He's had a tough time controlling that side of the plate tonight for the most part. A lot of movement on his fastball. And what that allows you to do as a hitter, if anything starts on that inner half of the plate, you just let it go. It's not going to be a strike. See where Zunino's starting, and see that on our tracer there how far that baseball moves well off the plate in. And where it started.
And you watch Zunino's glove going clockwise, which is not what you want as a catcher.
Difference in the speed range, 98 to 79 on his pitches tonight.
Yeah,
very difficult for an umpire too to call that pitch with that late movement and the catcher catching it like that, even though that was very close to the strike zone.
Gabe Morales calling the balls and strikes tonight. Adrian Johnson at first, Gary Cederstrom, the crew chief, at second, Tom Woodring at third.
Back-to-back 3-1 counts against Paxton for Angels hitters. Maven doubled.
Top the outside corner, full count. Top of the order, and Escobar on deck. Maven at second base with 1 out. 3-2. And that's called strike 3 on the outside part of the plate, 2 down.
It's one of those unhittable pitches at 97. You're at the mercy of the home plate umpire. Paints the outside corner. Actually just a little bit off the plate. Not time for Mel Stoudemire Jr. to run out to talk to Paxton. Especially after a strikeout. And painting the fastball at 97. Plus he wants to tell him how good that fastball was.
Trying to bump him up a little bit.
He goes, man, that fastball was good. I wish I could throw that one. Remember Mel Stoudemire Jr.? We were teammates back in the day in Kansas City. Good golfer, by the way.
Yeah.
71 pitches, 20 in the second, 22 in the third, and already 18. So you're going to be forced to use the bullpen tonight if you're Seattle. The Angels, we know what they did at home against the bullpen.
Escobar with a ground down and a walk. Paxton has had 1 bad start. That was 2 starts ago at Oakland. Got a no decision going 4 1/3, giving up 5 runs on 9 hits. He's allowed 4 hits tonight. Dug out by Zunino. One ball, 1 strike. Paxton came in with the very low whip, walks, hits, and it's pitched .84 at the start of the night. This one's fouled off. 1-2. Two left-handers here. Chris Sale in the American League just been 1-2 as far as pitching WAR. Sale leading the way.
And one of his favorite pitchers growing up, Andy Pettit, very similar build in the way they deliver the baseball.
1-2. Downstairs. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Calhoun on deck. Paxton's 2-2. And Escobar goes down swinging as the Angels leave a man in scoring position. They do get a run. Halos down 2-1 as we head to the bottom of the fourth.
The majors. Mookie Betts, I thought, was a perfect tweet out about what happened the night before. Adam Jones out in center field at Fenway Park. And he explained that he'd love to see a standing ovation, and that's exactly what Adam Jones got today at Fenway, a long standing ovation, proving a lot more good baseball fans and good people up there at Fenway Park than the few that kind of messed things up out of center field, saying some negative things about Adam Jones. He shows his appreciation, the tip of the cap. Good to see that at Fenway Park. Tonight there's Mookie Betts. And he wanted to see that, and he got that, which is great to see.
2-1 Seattle as we start the bottom of the fourth inning, bottom third of the order for the M's. Heredia, Zunino, and Dyson. Heredia fouls the first one back. The left fielder popped out his first time up, so he's 0 for 1.
Always felt when I sat in a dugout after you had an inning where you gave up 2 runs, you helped that because of a couple 2-out walks for Shoemaker. But a lot of times you think, if I could put a 0 up, we always talk about the shutdown inning, but more so this inning for Shoemaker. You put a 0 up, and your mindset is, I'm going to win this game. Because Paxton has really had a battle through, even though that was a 1 run allowed and it was unearned for Paxton. It's been tough for him throughout this game.
Yep.
A lot of base runners.
It's the first unearned run Paxton's allowed this year. Heredia goes down swinging, 1 out.
And that's part of the reason why you saw Mike Scioscia talking to Shoemaker after that half inning. Sat next to him, talked to him, said, hey, listen, you're going to win this game if you could put up a 0 the next inning. That's a nasty split to get a swing and miss. You talk about movement and late movement on that split finger fastball. That was a great conversation with Scioscia and Shoemaker.
Mike Zunino, a strikeout victim in the third. Shoemaker now with 5 strikeouts, 3 walks, all 3 walks coming in that third inning. Zunino fouls it back. One run, 4 hits, an error for the Angels. 2 runs, 3 hits, 1 error for Seattle. The frustrating thing, and you tell me as a starting pitcher if it creeps into your mind when you see the offense have opportunities and just be 1 for 9 against a guy that is pretty good. This is fouled back just below us.
See, my was always thinking, okay, yes, we missed some opportunities, but eventually someone's going to get a hit, and or he's going to be out of the game before too long because he's thrown a lot of pitches. So I'm always thinking, if I'm going to get a win, I got to be out there in that 7th or 8th inning. That's the mindset that Shoemaker has, and that I think you have to have as a starter. If you want to be a consistent winner, we're talking about getting 14, 15, 16 wins in a season. That's when you're facing a guy like Paxton, as well as he has thrown. He's not as crisp tonight, and he hasn't given up many. He's only given up the 1 earned run, but at some point he's going to have to be knocked out of this game, whether it's via base hit and or the pitch count. You're going to get a chance to win.
Full count.
But you got to do your part too as a pitcher. These are the battles you like. Sometimes maybe your stuff is good, or maybe your stuff is not as good as you want, but you put yourself in position to help your team win a game, and that's what you want as a starter.
Three-two now as Zunino takes ball 4.
That's a pretty good take. It's pretty close to the strike. Looked like he threw him a slider here. Just a little bit below the strike zone. And judging by that look by Zunino, he was thinking, okay, I can see if you can call me out there too. It was close enough. Again, at the mercy of the home plate umpire. We saw that with Maldonado in the top of the inning, and a 97-mile-an-hour fastball from Paxton.
There's Dyson. Escobar in on the grass. Mariners center fielder 0 for 1. And he takes outside. It's the first 4-walk game for Matt Shoemaker since May 31st of 2015 against the Tigers. Short lead for Zunino at first.
.36 strikes, the 70 pitches thrown for Shoemaker. 34 balls out of the strike zone for Shoe. Very unusual numbers for him. Definitely a product of who he's locked up against too. You just didn't want to challenge and make a mistake.
Breaking ball gets by Maldonado. So he overthrows that one and allows Zunino to get to second on the wild pitch.
It's a slider well in front of the plate and gets away from Maldonado. Not an easy play for a catcher to keep that in front, that spin in the dirt and that far out in front of the plate. Now you look at percentage of strikes thrown so far in games, a little over almost 63% for Shoemaker, 67, 67, 61, and 64. So far in this game, barely right around that 50% mark as far as strikes to balls.
Two balls and 2 strikes.
Goes to that split finger fastball.
Just got a piece of it.
Dyson's choking up on the bat there, and he's just trying to put the ball in play and utilize his speed. Be able to foul that splitter off. Part of his game. He's quick on a fastball in. Most times is trying to put the ball in play, especially on the ground, to make a difficult play for an infielder against him.
Out towards center. Nino's not tagging. 2 down. Top of the order coming up.
Dyson hit the ball in the air. That's a win situation for you as a pitcher. When he's hitting the ball on the line or on the ground, a very difficult out.
He's never really been a true everyday player. He wasn't with Kansas City. He filled in and had stretches at times. He came over from Kansas City in the Nathan Karns trade this offseason.
Yeah, trying to give him that opportunity last year to be everyday guy in right field, but then some injuries again.
Here's Segura, struck out in the first, walked in the third. That's where things kind of fell apart for Shu. 4 straight pitches out of the zone.
Gonna get a quick conversation here. Shoemaker waved out Maldonado. Over strategy as far as what they're going to do. There's an open base, although a lefty on deck, but not as much experience. And Segura at the plate. Gamble 0 for 1 so far. Did work a walk in the 3rd inning.
Reaching for it. This one's out to center. Chow has a beat on it. 4 complete here in Seattle. Mariners leading it 2-1 as the Angels have Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols coming up. Go opening game of this 3-game series. James Paxton and Matt Shoemaker have each had their own issues. 2 runs coming across for Seattle in the 3rd inning. The Angels getting one of those runs back unearned in the 4th inning. That's where we stand right now as Cole Calhoun is going to lead things off here, followed by Mike Trout and then Albert Pujols. 6 strikeouts, 3 walks for Paxton, 4 hits allowed. Cole tonight 0 for 2. A ground ball to second and a fly ball to left. Bouncer toward Valencia. 1 away.
And now it's time for Tools of the Trade, brought to you by Ram Trucks. We're talking about that difference in delivery back in 2015. More straight over the top. and a little bit more off balance for Paxton. Tonight, you can see that 3/4 action. He can run that fastball, good deception at 97, and then the breaking ball and cut fastball down and in, because the hitters are not reading that baseball out of the hand as they were able to do so in the past when he's more straight over the top.
Off-speed pitch to Trout. Might go for one, struck out on the first. Potentially walking to third. Two and one.
Like you might see either a curveball or cut fastball on the inner half here now for Trout. He had a great swing at that pitch. It was down. Trout is so good as far as coverage of the plate, anything low, whether it's inside or outside, off speed or fastball. He has that lower part of the strike zone covered well.
2-2. That is yanked into left field, and that's headed toward the corner. Got a breaking ball, did not miss it. Trout on board with a one-out double, extends his hitting streak to 15 games.
That's a career high, tying 15-game hit streak for Trout. You talk about bringing your hands inside on a baseball well. It's that cut fastball at 90. Shorten up his swing, get that foot down, the timing, clears his hips, and short on the swing to get the barrel of the bat and hooks that one down in the corner, giving Albert Pujols an opportunity to tie it up with a single.
Albert 1 for 2 with a double and a strikeout. Gets a fastball first pitch.
Yeah, after that last at bat, he went curveball, cut fastball, curveball, all out of the strike zone. Same plane, took a fastball first pitch this at bat.
Double for Trout, his 10th of the season.
Now back to the curveball. More likely Albert's either going to see another curveball or a cut fastball, inner half and below the strike zone.
Nice block by Zunino. That ball bounced about 2 feet in front of the plate.
Looking through a changeup. That's not a committed pitch for him on his changeup. It's one of those ones where you see the sign being put down by the catcher, and you think, yeah, it makes sense, but I'm going to make sure it's not near the strike zone.
It's hard to do in the 5th inning to all of a sudden start throwing a changeup or trying to throw a changeup.
Always blame it on the catcher.
I thought the pitcher had the final say.
Only when you get it out. Otherwise, it's the catcher's fault.
2 balls, 2 strikes. Can't imagine throwing a fastball here, would they?
You got to go back with that cut fastball or curveball down and in.
Jeffrey Marte's on deck. 1-out double for Trout. Big lead for him at second. Full count.
Off the plate by about a baseball at 95. That arm angle, you don't really see the ball well, but just a little bit off the corner. Jeffrey Marte on deck, a 3-2 count. Still thinking curveball here.
And he walks, the ball gets away from Zunino, so the wild pitch will advance Trout to third.
Again, has not been real crisp, even though no earned runs allowed yet in this game for Paxton, but it's been a battle for him. It's an overthrown cut fastball and gets through and by Zunino.
We got 2 guys tonight that are known for throwing strikes, and they've both issued 4 walks. This is the first 4-walk game for Paxton since he gave up 4 walks September 18th of 2015. Marte will bat with a man at third. That's Trout, and a man at first, and Albert Pujols.
And if you're Jeffrey Marte, you have to have patience. You got to look for a baseball in your zone first pitch to try to do damage. Don't help out Paxton by swinging his pitch. It's going to be a lower part of the strike zone. He's going to try to get a ground ball.
That's out towards center field. Dyson getting behind it, comes running in. Trout tagging at third base. He's coming home. The throw's way up the line, and we're tied at 2. Sac fly for Jeffrey Marte, and Albert takes second base.
And one of the many things that Trout does well, he got himself in position. He knows that Dyson has a very strong throwing arm and generally a very accurate throwing arm at in center field, and he took that inside part of the baseline because he sees the catcher going towards the home plate area behind third base. He slides to the front part of the base, the plate, to be able to slide in there with a tying run. A high throw, but Trout senses where Zunino is. You see how he gets out of the way, and he's able to slide in with that the right arm, be able to touch the plate.
Simmons back legging a fastball straight back. Anderson's 1 for 2.
Big is that wild pitch now on that walk to Albert Pujols. A good base running too by Albert on the throw home. He advanced into scoring position.
8th RBI for Jeffrey Marte. It's a 2-2 game here in the 5th.
.92 pitches for Paxton so far. His season high at 114 back on April 15th against Texas. With 8 innings, just 2 hits allowed.
One and 2.
Shoemaker knowing now it's a brand new ball game. That sac fly by Marte.
Full count.
And he's really has had a tough time on that inside part of the plate. There's a couple times where you see Zunino setting a high target up and in, and he's missed it by a lot. Espinosa, who had a good swing his last at bat, lined out to short, is on deck.
Payoff to Simmons. Anderson shoots one out to right. Gamble back on it. Just shy of the track, puts it away. The 5th is in the books for the Angels. They do tie it up on the sac fly by Marte. It's a 2-2 game. Mariners have 2-3-4 coming up to face Matt Shoemaker in a 2-2 game. Hey, folks, celebrate Cinco de Mayo coming up on Fridays. They take on the Astros at 7:07. Fans in attendance will receive maracas, courtesy of Chronic Tacos. For more information, just go to angels.com/promotions.
I know you're ready for that night. You're excited. I'm ready.
Now, why would I be ready for maracas there,
Because
Gooby?
you're going to do some dancing for me, you said.
Why would I be dancing with maracas, Gooby?
Because you can. I know I will be.
Here's Gamble to lead things off.
I'm not.
You got to do the open with the
No.
maracas. Yes.
I will.
Maracas with the microphone.
Yes.
And a little dancing, like the Chiquita Banana Girl.
A ratings getter.
On a Friday night, why not? 0-2 count on Gamble. He struck out in the first, walked and scored at the third.
Oh. It's good visual you got working right now.
Oh. The old headdress. You know, Gamble off the end of the bat. Shallow left. Simmons cutting out. Escobar backs up, puts it away. One down. And this copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP. First down in the books here to start the bottom of the fifth inning. Here comes Robinson Cano. He's been on board twice. Double in the first inning, RBI single in the third. Reaching for this one, drives one out toward right center field, hit well. Cole moving back near the wall, makes the catch for out number 2.
Baseball has a pretty good carry off the end of the bat.
Yep.
And here's tonight's cold hard facts, which are brought to you by Clean, Crisp, Coors Light. Nelson Cruz coming to the plate, going back to what he did in the series in Anaheim against the Angels, was 1 for 10. But after that last game, hits safely now in 18 of his last 19 games with a .409 batting average with 22 RBI and 7 home runs.
Well, he was credited with an RBI single in the third inning. That extended his hitting streak to 11 games. 1 for 2 tonight. RBI is 24th of the year.
That was one of those split finger fastballs that were designed to be down and in. It ran in on him. Now fully committed on the swing. He's looking out over the plate. Jammed him.
Telephone booth swing.
Yes.
2-1.
The way he's been swinging the bat lately, that's the ones you prefer to have against him.
Yeah. Cool, damp night here in Seattle. Roof closed. Has been since batting practice.
Looks like trying to stay away against Cruz, especially down and away. He's very strong as far as up and away with the pitch.
Simmons has the skimmer. And a full-on jog for Nelson Cruz. A 1-2-3. I think that might have been one flap down. We'll head to the 6th. We're tied at 2.
Angels baseball on Fox Sports West is being brought to you by the all-new 2017 Subaru Impreza. Subaru symmetrical all-wheel drive plus 28 miles per gallon. More than a car, it's a Subaru.
Down in the sixth in Seattle, the opening game of this three-game set, tied at 2. Bottom third of the order coming up to face James Paxton, Espinosa, Maben, and Maldonado.
Bullpen action down with Seattle now.
Danny 0 for 2. He struck out on the second, lined out sharply to Segura in the fourth. Two balls, no strikes. McVinson, first man up. .98 pitches for Paxton. Espinosa maybe helping him out a little bit. 2-1.
Especially when you look at the power swing in the baseball that Espinosa could do the most damage is in the lower part of the strike zone. That was a fastball that was upstairs.
That's line to center. Dyson's there. One down.
And another one is lower part of the strike zone. He's hit well. 2 good at bats in a row for Espinosa. Nothing to show for it. 2 baseballs lined. 1 is short now here to center. Paxton, 100 pitches thrown. Tough middle part when you think about it. It's really 20, 22, 23, and 20. First inning economical with 11 pitches thrown for Paxton. It's been a battle for him, although again you can see why he's so good. Not with his best stuff, but still keeping the Mariners in the game here. Even with a number of innings where there was multiple base runners on against him.
And he's a guy that this year averaging just under 16 pitches per inning. He's battled through some command issues tonight with the 4 walks. Maben 1 for 2 with an RBI double in the fourth. His third double, 6th run batted in.
So for the most part still throwing a lot of first pitch strikes.
And it's that glove side that's given him the most trouble in on right-handers.
And that's usually his bread and butter. He's breaking bats, getting swing and misses.
Three and one.
When you look at it, coming into the game today, Paxton 33.3% as far as swing and misses, which is the 4th best in Major League Baseball. That's outstanding numbers. You've not seen that as much tonight.
And there's a walk. 5th of the night. You wonder if that's it for him. Is he going to face Maldonado?
Those numbers there, 4th best percentage by any pitcher as far as swing and misses, and even more so when you think about 26.1% of misses in the strike zone. That's 2nd best. DeGrom at the top as far as that category.
Here comes Scott Service. 5 walks tonight. It was the most since May 12th of 2015. His career high is 6. Just the 3rd time in his career he's gotten to 5 or more walks. He departs here in the 6th inning with a man on and 1 out, tied at 2. go to their bullpen. They bring in Nick Vincent, 11th appearance of the season for Vincent. No record, a 2.25 ERA. 10 strikeouts, 2 walks in 12 innings of work. He's allowed 6 hits. He's got Cameron Mavis standing at first base and Martin Maldonado coming up.
And with Vincent on the mound, my Hyundai key for this game for the Angels to be successful in this together. So far, we've seen some good battles at the plate, also on the mound, and some solid defense in this together. And an opportunity right now, Maldonado, to try to line one, maybe even a hit and run being put on by Mike Scioscia with Maldonado, who handles the bat so well.
Martin 1 for 2, had a single in the third, struck out looking in the fourth. Slider driven out towards center field. Dyson has to hustle back on the track, makes the catch. Maben does not tag, although he hustled back to first base. 2 down. Deepest part of the ballpark, one of. Gave it a ride, but it was a cool night. It stays on the track.
They hit very well by Maldonado. Vincent's fastball not overpowering necessarily. We'll sink that out at 88 to 92. Cut fastball. Goes quite a few of them. Curveball and a changeup.
Escobar, ground down, a walk and a strikeout. Nick Vincent, now 30 years of age. Long Beach State. Padres 18th round pick in 08. Picked up in a spring training trade last year. 60 appearances for Seattle last season. 4-4 with a 3.73. That's pulled to left field, a base hit. Off-speed pitch that was up. Maven will stop at second, and the Angels have 2 men on for Cole. Second time tonight Escobar has been on base. He drew a walk in the third.
Ball was scolded through the infield by Escobar.
And they're going to match up here. Cole coming up. Scott Service back out of the mound. A pitching change. 2 on, 2 outs. A 2-2 tie in the 6th inning. Brought to you by Mercury Insurance. We're on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com to get a fast free quote and see how much you can save. And by the all-new 2017 Chrysler Pacifica Hybrid. Go the distance with 84 miles per gallon and 566 total driving range. Pitching change here in Seattle, the 2nd of the inning. With a left-handed batter, Cole Calhoun coming to the plate. Scott Service goes to his lefty. Mark Zipchinski takes over. And he's been pretty good for Seattle in his first year with the Mariners, or back with Seattle, I should say. 10th, 11th game, I should say. No record, no ERA, 6 2/3 innings, 1 hit, 3 strikeouts, 2 walks. Cole in his career 1 for 7 against a left-hander.
Fastball for Sajinski. He's got 90 to 94. Throw a curveball, slider, and his changeup.
Maybin at second, Escobar at first. Cole lifts one out to shallow left. Heredia makes the catch, and the Angels leave 2 men on. We'll head to the bottom of the 6th inning in a 2-2 game with Gooby Tuesdays coming up.
I'd have to say Cameron Maybin. He's got the looks, and he's very long-winded.
Oh, this is easy. When I played in Baltimore, getting to know Adam Jones as much as I did, the guy is a loose cannon. He never stops yapping, but truly comes from a good place. He's so warm-hearted, but a lot of fun, a lot of good times with Jonesy, and he's pretty loud, too.
I'd go with Crony. CJ, he's got a good sense of humor. He's quick-witted, and he comes up with the stuff off the top of the head that you're just like, okay, where'd that come from? But you just nod your head and you know it came from him.
Now, that was pretty surprising about C.J. Cron. Generally, you think of C.J. being pretty quiet, but Cameron Maybin, yeah, no doubt.
Ben Revere, I could see as well.
Yes. Adam Jones, no question about it. Teammates for Bud Norris in Baltimore.
Shoemaker here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Coming off a 1-2-3 5th. Gets to face Seager, Valencia, and Heredia. 85 pitches for Shoe. 47 strikes, 38 balls. 5 strikeouts, 4 walks. Seager 0 for 1. A fly ball to left and a base on balls in the 3rd inning. Just below the zone. Two balls and no strikes. Couple of finals. Houston came back and defeated the Texas Rangers tonight 8-7. Grand slam by Marwin Gonzalez in the 8th inning. The difference in that one. 3-0. Oakland defeated by Minnesota 9-1. Irvin Santana.
Wow.
Again.
Dealing. Sonny Gray for Oakland tonight.
Yep. Irvin Santana, the first Twins starting pitcher to begin a season with 6 straight starts, allowing 1 or fewer earned runs since Walter Big Train Johnson.
That's
Had 7 back in 1913.
Yeah, that's some incredible company there for the young Irvin Santana.
Swinging 3-0, fouls it back 3-1.
And just watching some of the highlights in some of his games for Irvin Santana, that baseball is really coming out of his hand right now. Surprise story early on, the Minnesota Twins.
Like Parker Lucy. Full count. Really one inning for Shoemaker thus far, and that was the third inning, and it all happened with 2 outs. Command just left him. 8 out of the strike zone. Back-to-back walks to Segura, Gamble, and Cano. A 2-2 pitch. Seattle on the board. Misplay by Escobar on the Cruz bouncer. Led to the second run. 3-2, reaching for it toward the shift. Espinosa has it. 1 down. Nice play by Danny.
That is not an easy play. As an infielder, you're generally fielding the ball on the dirt. So it's going to be a more true hop when it gets to the outfield grass. You see exactly where he's playing. He's got to go get to that baseball and it stays low. We talk about that arm strength to be able to throw Seager out of first base. Well played by Espinosa.
And if he's at the normal second base position, it's a routine 4-3.
Yeah, exactly.
That would have been right at him.
Yep.
There's Valencia's 0 for 2. Fly ball to left, no fielder's choice. Mariners with 3 hits tonight. Halos have 6. Oh, 2.
And be careful of a fastball away against Valencia here now. That's a chance if you want to, if you're Shoemaker, you can bounce a pitch. Whether it's a slider or split finger fastball.
Two balls, 2 strikes. Great to see if Shue could squeeze out this 6th inning. Now at 95 pitches.
You notice with Valencia, he almost chased that pitch. Now you've changed his eye level. That's when you go back to that split finger fastball. I think he moved a little bit further off the plate looking in.
And he hits one high and deep to left field. Maben going back at the wall, and that is into the bullpen on a 2-2 hanging breaking ball. And Seattle is back on top 3-2.
Boy, just as we were saying, it looked like he moved back off the plate anticipating something on the inner half, and he got it and he didn't miss it. See how far he is off the plate, and that split just drifted on the inner half and a little bit off the inside corner, but because he went off the plate, he was able to get enough on that barrel of the bat, and he hits it out. 7th home run of the season allowed by Shoemaker.
Second hit by Valencia, 6th run batted in. Here's Heredia, 3-2 Seattle in the 6th. And that one hits him. That's going to be it for Shoemaker. Parker ready to go. Mike Scioscia's coming out. We got ourselves a pitching change in the 6th inning with Seattle on top 3-2. Pacific. Then on Fox, the Yankees battle the defending world champion Chicago Cubs at 4 p.m. Pacific.
Well, the Yankees continue to play unbelievable baseball. Aaron Judge, a couple more home runs today for the Yankees. Shoemaker, bad numbers, but it's really, when you look at it in the course of this game, it's the walks that really hurt Shoe tonight.
Blake Parker on a relief of Shoe with 1 out and a man at first base. 0-1, a 2.31 ERA, 14th game of the season, 20 strikeouts, 4 walks, and 11 2/3 innings. Ready with good speed and off to a big lead at first. Off the plate for ball 1. Zunino, a strikeout in the 3rd inning, a walk in the 4th.
And Maldonado started out the season so well behind the plate. Has allowed 2 stolen bases in 8 attempts, but the last 5 against him, granted not all his fault, have been successful.
I would say all 5 were not his fault. No help whatsoever in Texas. And tonight, same thing, a running start by Segura.
It's a big lead there also. And because of some of the jumps that the pitchers have allowed against Maldonado, he's been trying to be real quick on the transfer. He's elevated some of his throws, but he's got one of the best arms in all of baseball behind the plate.
Two and 0. Danger zone upstairs with Zunino on a fastball.
And Zunino has great power, especially on fastballs or mistake pitches. He will expand his strike zone and chase pitches. If you make a mistake, he's got very good power.
Already leaning a little bit.
Certainly a count for action at a 2-1 count with 1 out. Although you do have a batter at the plate that does swing and miss quite a bit.
Reddy's on the move, and Zunino swinging a miss and throwing on a second. Short hop throw. Espinosa loses the baseball. They had him, but Danny just couldn't hang on.
Well, Maldonado got a lot on that throw, even though it was a 1-hopper. How quick he got rid of that baseball. Pretty good jump by Heredia. Definitely has him if he's able to hold on to that baseball. He's got it by quite a bit, how quick that throw was.
You know, he tagged him on the foot first and then on the back, and is when he touched him on the back is when the ball dropped out.
See, he didn't really have real good control of the baseball in the glove on that short hop.
Full count. Got him
on
there.
The foot, and then on the back, lost control.
But wait a second. If he's already got him, that's where he gets him there. Well, I guess the
say
ball was
not,
coming
yeah,
out there.
Not enough control of the baseball.
Yeah, that angle, I see it. I thought it was on the second tag where the ball popped out. Payoff pitch. Zunino fouls it back.
Well, when you talk about that pop time for Maldonado, that was incredibly quick.
Dyson on deck. 1 out and man in scoring position. 3-2 Seattle. Got him. Down goes Zunino. 2 outs.
95 as a hitter. You're kind of thinking in terms of Potentially getting a split finger fastball. Instead, got the express at 95 on the outside corner. Framed very well. Didn't move the glove. Paints the corner, gets the call. The unhittable pitch, outside corner at the knees.
Dyson takes a breaking ball for a strike. Twice has hit a fly ball out. 0 for 2.
That's now 21 strikeouts in 12 innings pitched this season for Parker.
Slicing out of play. No balls, 2 strikes. Halos in the 7th have Trout, Pujols, and Marte due up. Action in the Mariner pen. Sapchinski will come out of the game. The lefty came in and threw 1 pitch and retired Cole Calhoun in the 6th.
One thing the Angels have done so well this season is the comeback victory. 14 wins on the season, 10 have been comeback victories for the club. Now once again have to try to come back, hopefully for Mike Scioscia's club, only down by 1 here. Finish off the 6th inning.
Top of the order, and Segura on deck. Dyson breaks his bat. Espinosa has it. And he comes to an end. But Danny Valencia with his 2nd home run of the season against Matt Shoemaker gives Seattle a 3-2 lead as Trout will lead things off to start the 7th. They've out-hit Seattle, but not been able to pick up those big hits with men in scoring position. 1 for 11. Halos will have Trout, Pujols, and Marte. More than likely Valbuena. Perhaps pinch hitting for Marte with Tony Zick, the right-hander, taking over on the mound. 26-year-old Illinois native, pitching in his 6th game this year for Seattle. Just 4 1/3 innings, 2 strikeouts, 2 walks. Got into 12 games last year, 13 the year before. takes over for Mark Sapchinski, who threw one pitch to get that final out of the 6th. Trout 0 for 1 in his career against Zick. Albert 0 for 3.
Zick has a firm fastball. It's going to be 93 to 97 range, and a slider. Throws a lot of sliders. So if you're Trout, you sit slider, try to drive the ball to right center field.
Well, the bullpen's been a problem for Seattle. Bullpen ERA of 5.80. Trout takes a strike. Mike, 1 for 2, a strikeout, an intentional walk, and a double. He's also scored a run. 15-game hitting streak with the double he picked up in the 5th. His 10th double of the year. Breaking pitch is fouled off 0-2.
It's one of those spinning sliders that stayed right in the middle part of the plate. Zick got away with that one, and Trout walks away from that batter's box. Knew he had a pitch to tie the game up with. Once again on base twice again tonight for Trout. A walk and a double. 443 on base percentage coming in tonight for Trout.
Breaking pitch, and that's a called strike 3. Trout didn't like the call. Apparently catches the inside part of the plate. 1 down.
It's one of those backup sliders that once you release that pitch as a pitcher, you're just hoping that the hitter doesn't swing at it. And as a hitter, you give up on it, think it's out of the strike zone. As it comes back and catches the upper part of the strike zone. Not where you want it to throw it, but it freezes a hitter, especially a right-handed pitcher against a right-handed batter.
Albert, a double, a strikeout, and a walk. No balls, 2 strikes.
Two pretty good pitches for Albert to do some damage the first 2. He took the first one, that one in his zone.
Breaking ball, lined in the left center field, a base hit. Stayed on that one a little bit longer. Albert's on board with his 2nd hit of the game. Marte is being called back.
Yeah, I think with 2 outs, Marte's ability to drive the ball out of the ballpark, it all changed now with Albert at first base.
And we'll bring up Luis Valbuena. Valbuena just activated off the disabled list. First season with the Angels. Will be making his Angels debut here.
38 home runs the last 2 seasons for Valbuena. It was fun watching him take batting practice today. He was just letting the baseball travel his first couple rounds, just lining the ball the other way. Stoudemire Jr. going to go out and have a conversation to go over the scouting report for Valbuena right now.
Just now getting a lefty going in the Mariner pen. This might be a stall tactic, clearly. Valbuena last year 90 games, hit .260 for Houston, 13 home runs, 40 RBIs. Ended up having surgery on his hamstring. Issue with that same hamstring. The end of spring training, started the season on the disabled list. And here he is, about to make his Angels debut. Marte finishes the game 0 for 1 with a walk and a sacrifice fly. Valencia holding, Pujols on at first base.
And to be honest with you, you're glad to see that if you're the Angels. That means that at least a little bit of a hole between Valencia and Cano.
Valbuena has faced Zick before, just one time. 0 for 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pazos, the lefty, ready to go in the pen for Seattle. Pujols over at first. 1-1. Swing and miss. 1-2.
Hit 348. Rehab assignment for Valbuena.
They'll leave it up to count. Simmons on deck. 1 out single for Albert, putting the tying run on board. 3-2 Seattle. Valencia with a home run at the bottom of the 6th off Shoemaker. Put Seattle back in the lead. Two. Almost gets a full count.
And this is when that trust factor comes into play for Mike Scioscia. More than likely will be sending Albert. Is Alfredo Griffin going to talk to Pujols? Trust Valbuena, he's going to put the ball in play.
Albert doesn't go. 3-2 is bounced foul.
I've seen that too often where he's not on the move.
Last 3-4 pitches for Zick against Valbuena have been on the inside part of the plate.
And Gammo playing right field well off that right field line also.
Another 3-2. And he pops him up on the third base side. Seager into foul territory. Has a play on it. 2 down. So foul pop-up is the second out here in the 7th. And here comes Andrew Simmons, who's 1 for 3. Andrelton has never faced Zick. Breaking ball a little bit high. Single with a run scored to the 4th for Andrelton.
Boy, already playing real deep out in left. Dyson shallow in center.
Yeah, left center field alley. And Albert could score from first. Just based on where Dice is playing.
Yes.
Oh, he's got terrific speed. 2-0.
It almost seemed like Simmons was committed to swinging on a 2-0 pitch, anticipating a fastball. Just a little bit below the strike zone.
Got around that slider. 3-1. Espinosa, the switch hitters on deck. Lefty. James Pazos ready to go in the pen. If Service wants to. 3-1. There's a strike, full count. Pujols now will get a head start with 2 outs. Valencia was going to play off the bag, but now is going to hold Albert. Gallo was looking into the Mariner dugouts. I was surprised that they were holding him on. He takes off. 3-2. Breaking ball bounced foul.
Albert would have a conversation with Cano going, really? You're holding me on, huh?
I think he's talking with Manny Acto, the Mariner third base coach, who's sitting at the end of the dugout, having fun with it.
Really? You're holding me on? Perfect. It'd really work out well if Simmons hits a base hit by that hole there between first and second.
Albert again takes off. 3-2, and he walked him. Borderline pitch, and it goes the Angels' way. So the Halos have 2 on with 2 outs.
See if his slider catches the outside part of the plate. Just a little bit off the corner. Simmons now with 12 walks this year.
It's a 6th walk by Mariner pitching. 10th walk combined in this game.
Last 2 at bats for Espinosa. He's hit the ball hard. Lined out the short, lined out the center field.
Those 2 ABs coming from the right side against Paxton. Spin around for the first time. 0 for 3 tonight. Pujols at second, representing the tying run. Simmons at first.
Some pretty good arms in the outfield here for Seattle, so a base hit in the outfield would be a challenge for Albert to score.
Heredia left toward the line. Gamble toward the alley in right center. Dyson out in shallow left center field. Oh, 2.
The options for Seattle against Danny is now to try to go higher and above the strike zone on the fastball or bounce a breaking ball. We'll see if Danny will shorten up on the swing, put this ball in play.
Oh, 2 pitch. Breaking ball got him looking. Espinosa strikes out with a couple of men on. Stretch time in Seattle. 3-2 Mariners. We begin the bottom of the 7th inning. Hey, MLB.com at bat is your #1 mobile app for live Angels baseball. Stay connected With a fully customizable experience, get Angels home screen icons and app features, as well as game day, live game video highlights, radio broadcast, StatCast, news, and sugar on the face.
Oh,
Download MLB.com at bat today.
cotton candy, our favorites.
The old gift that keeps on giving right there.
Yeah.
David Hernandez on a relief of Blake Parker. Valbuena stays in the game at first. Blake Parker, 2/3 of an inning, got the last 2 outs of the 6th, including a strikeout. Hernandez falls behind here. 2 balls, no strikes, top of the order for Seattle. Segura, Gamble, and Cano. Segura tonight 0 for 2 with a walk. He's also scored a run, picked up a stolen base.
That's a healthy 2-0 hack by Segura. He's got pretty good power.
Breaking pitch, pull to left. And the breaking ball up, and Segura didn't miss it, so the leadoff man is on board. Now you got to pay attention to him. 5th hit of the night for Seattle.
Let's see a few pickoff throws, step offs.
Escobar in at third base, anticipating a sacrifice. And it's bunted toward third. The play goes to first. 1 down. Sacrifice, but Segura at second base with Cano coming up.
Gamble did a nice job as far as playing catch with the bat here, level, dead in that baseball, and advances Segura to second base. Well done. Executed perfectly on a sac bunt.
Cano tonight 2 for 3 with a double, an RBI single, and a fly ball to right. Cano 2 for 12 in his career against Hernandez with a home run. Timmons trying to keep Segura close to the bag at second. Time call the last second.
Yeah, he's got to bury that look. One time look back 3 times, another time just wants to go home quickly. The base runners always feel third base is the easiest base to steal. It's also easy to stop that by burying your look back to second.
Again, Cano asking for time. Ball and a strike with 1 out. Segura at second.
Dangerous count now for Cano. And you don't necessarily have to give in, even though Cruz has been very hot of late. He's still a candidate to roll into a double play if you get a ground ball, so you don't want to give in and just challenge Cano with a fastball.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Nelson Cruz on deck. Hit towards short. Simmons has it. Going to third. The tag by Escobar gets Segura. 2 down.
Boy, Simmons always thinking ahead. Good decision by Escobar. He's known now that Simmons will throw the third base on the ground. You see he's playing up the middle. Gets it his baseball, quickly fires over to third. And the tag applied by Escobar to get Segura at the base. Well done by Simmons.
So Nelson Cruz will bow with a man at first. Cano reaching on the fielder's choice. Cruz 1 for 3. This is out to left field, hit well. Maben moving back on it, on the track, will haul it in. Just enough off the end of the bat to keep it in the yard. 7 complete. Halos trailing 3-2.
Mariners leading the Angels 3-2 on Patrick O'Neill after the game. Hope you stick around. Angels Live brought to you by your SoCal Mazda dealers, myself and Jose Mota. It's always fun regardless of the outcome. Now, they sell these here at Safeco. In my hand are toasted grasshoppers. It's a peculiar thing going on. They sell out every single night. Now, I just want to say that Ken French is Mr. Boomstick, and I just want to say I'm going to eat these guys right now. If possible, if you could call me the grasshopper, the remaining of the homestand, Victor and Mark, is spicy.
Spicy, huh?
Yeah. Back to you guys. I got extra if you want.
Yeah, we're good.
No thanks.
So you got that going for you, Grasshopper. Here's Cameron Maben.
Grasshopper.
Frenchie's Boomstick, and Patio is
He's the grasshopper.
Maben, Maldonado, and Escobar for the Angels here in the 8th inning. 3-2 Seattle.
Looking for the rally grasshoppers here now from Patrick O'Neill. He might have to have that every single night, scoring this inning.
2-1. Zick got into a little trouble in the 7th, but the Angels stranded 2 more base runners. 11 men left on base tonight for the Angels. 1 for 12 with men in scoring position. Three and 1. Maven with a double, a walk, and a strikeout. 1 for 2.
It's very similar to the pitch. It ended up running back and getting the upper part of the strike zone against Trout. That backup slider.
There's a 3-2. Breaking ball hits him. Maven wears it. Leadoff man is on board.
Looking at that backup breaking ball and slipped out of his hand again. Like a pinch hitter, Ben Revere.
Zick hasn't quite shown the ability to throw that pitch for a strike yet.
Yeah, he's gotten away with it a couple times. It's backed up on him. So often when you're a pitcher, you throw that backup slider, you're either backing up a base or asking for a new baseball.
Here comes Stottlemyre once again to pay a visit. Go through that scouting report once again that they went through before the game. Tell me I'm not telling you something that's not true.
It's exactly true. You go through that each time, especially the first game of a series, every scenario. When you're down in the bullpen too, there's all kinds of reports for your bullpen coach to go through the scenario, who may be coming up to the plate. That could also be a conversation about defensive alignment, but you're going to think it in terms of getting an out here, especially with the speed of Ben Revere. If Mike Scioscia decides to have him square around the bunt, more likely you'll see either step off or throw over the first base to see if Revere would square around it before he delivers a pitch.
Seager in on the grass at third. Revere 184 batting average, 7 for 38 with a couple of doubles and an RBI. No sacrifices as of yet this year. Has never faced Zick. First one's outside.
As a team this season, is 2 sacrifice bunts for the Angels, both by Maldonado. So that tells you more likely you're going to see Ben Revere swing here. Otherwise, if he's going to put him up there to bunt, you already had a guy that's been the most successful bunter as far as the sacrifice bunt.
Maben has 3 stolen bases on the year. Pretty good lead for him at first. I'll check in on him.
This year so far, base stealer has been successful with his 3 of 8 attempts against Zunino. That's 38%, but last year threw out only 3 of 22 attempts against with 14%.
This is lined out toward left field. Sinking liner. Heredia comes in, ends up diving for it, makes the catch. 1 down.
Heredia made a nice play. Good read on that, anticipating the baseball was going to be hit that way. It's our top tier play brought to you by Arco. The read coming in on the baseball and then the dive. The ball gets away from him. Tie game. And with Revere's speed, have to dive face forward. That's going to end up being a triple. Instead, it's his first out of the inning.
Escobar had a base at his last time up, 1 for 3. Oh for 1 in his career against Zick. Looks like Edwin Diaz getting ready for Seattle, their closer. Was up last inning as well. He would get Calhoun, I'd imagine.
Well, Zick has really made some mistakes. I mean, he's gotten away with them so far, but his break ball hasn't been crisp or sharp. And his fastball has been in zones now where hitters have a chance to really square it up.
It's been that kind of night, though, offensively for the Angels. They've not capitalized on those.
And
those
as odd as it
mistakes.
says, I mean, you always enjoy that off day, but as a hitter, though, when you have that off day, you're away from the field, no batting practice, your timing's off just a bit.
Maben's on the move, and Escobar hits one out the left. Heredia comes in, makes the catch, and Maben will head back to first base. Better hurry! I thought Cano, if Cano has any idea whatsoever to spin around and fire, I think they get Maben at first base.
Shot. Or even potentially let that baseball go.
Maben just jogging back to first. Absolutely, I think they get him.
Yes.
Scott Service going to go to the bullpen. He's going to play matchup. So we have ourselves another pitching change in the 8th inning with 2 outs and a man on. 3-2 Seattle. He thought for a second there that Service was going to match up with Calhoun at the plate, but it's Diaz, the closer, on to try to get the final 4 outs, and the Angels will counter with Calhoun, Trout, Pujols, and Valbuena. Diaz pitching in his 10th game. Been rather pedestrian compared to last year, the way he exploded on the scene, but he's 1-1 this year with a .360 ERA. 4 saves on the year, 10 innings, 12 strikeouts, 5 walks.
Yeah, his fastball is 96 to 100. He has a very good slider. Solid changeup too. You see how many strikeouts he's had in his career, 100 of them. A little over 61 innings pitched. Left-handed batters generally will get first pitch fastball here, and Calhoun with real good numbers, especially when he puts the ball in play in those first or second pitches.
Maben over at first. First fastball upstairs. Calhoun 0 for 1 with a walk. His career against Diaz. Hitless tonight, 0 for 4. Maben on the move, and that's outside to throw down to second base, and not in time. It's still a base. 4th of the season for Maben. At a 2-0 count now on Calhoun.
Good jump, important to get into scoring position here for Maben. Good jump. Zunino tried to be quick, but Maben easily gets in there in scoring position now for Cole Calhoun, who has been swinging the bat very well of late.
One.
Challenged him with a fastball in 97. Got it by him on the inner half of the plate.
Cano out a shallow right. Segura toward the middle. 2-1 pitch. 3-1. Trout on deck. And that is hammered out to deep right field toward the corner. This one is gone. Big fly for Cole Calhoun. Halos on top 4-3.
Well, we said Cole was hot. 391 batting average coming in today. 2-run home run for Cole Calhoun to right field. In the opening, we talked about the Angels coming back in that game at home. Down by 6, scored 7. Majority of these runs off of Diaz. And Cole Calhoun with the bat flip. 2-run home run to right field. His 3rd home run of the season.
On a 3-1 count, did not miss it. Brings up Trout with the bases clear. Trout tonight 1 for 3 with a double.
1 for 3 in his career versus Diaz, but what an at bat for Cole. Worked the count, got a pitch to do damage with, and got it.
Back-to-back sliders. Evens a count and a ball and a strike.
But all of a sudden, if you're a young pitcher, as a closer, and all of a sudden you struggle against a team. We had some pretty good success last year. Not so far this year for Diaz against the Angels. And doubt starts creeping in your mind. That's where you see back-to-back sliders. Trout chased the first one, anticipating a fastball. That fastball missed by a lot. So all 3 pitches well out of the strike zone.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
Cole getting hot. Big game down there, especially that last day with a perfect throw, a great catch, and a home run. A game on Sunday. Backup slider, fouled off by Trout.
Just the 2nd hit for the Angels tonight with a man in scoring position, and that's making it count. But we've seen a lot of that over the last couple of weeks. Full count, overthrown slider. We said it all at the beginning. The Angels came in batting .213 with men in scoring position, and while they've had opportunities, they haven't been able to capitalize. But periodically, they get a big hit. So it's 1 for 8, 2 for 9, 3 for 11.
Especially late in games.
Yep.
Those big moments.
There's a walk. 2nd walk picked up by Trout tonight.
And you wonder if Trout will be going on first pitch. Even talked about Cole Calhoun on the pregame show today about what he has done, and we still go back to that throw in the 1st inning on Sunday. The perfect throw to get J.C. Ramirez out of that 1st inning, and then threw the ball well from there. But a big home run here in the 8th by Cole Calhoun, 2-run home run.
Oh, 1 count on Albert. 2-hit game for Pujols, 2 for 3 with a double and a single.
Cole with 10 hits in his last 6 games, including a couple home runs. Boy, almost didn't step off before he broke the hands out of the glove. Real close to a balk.
Albert fouls it back. Four, 3 halos. We're in the 8th.
Still feel you go right now if you're Trout, anticipating that hard slider potentially in the dirt with Diaz. Worst case scenario, you'll give Albert a fresh at bat in the 9th.
Slided, controlled foul. Calhoun, by the way, 387 feet. The home run, 101 miles per hour off the bat. Launch angle of 34 degrees. It was backlegged, no doubt about it.
It's one of those swings in the sound we can hear all the way up here that you knew was going out. It was just a matter of how far out.
Got over the off-speed pitch. Pujols goes down swinging, but the Angels get 2 runs with 1 swing of the bat. Cole Calhoun, a 2-run jack.
Diaz went with a fastball on a 3-1 count. Down and in and down and out for Cole Calhoun. To 4-3 in the bottom of the 8th. Reason why? That man right there, Cole Calhoun, with 1 on. 4-seam fastball from Diaz, but it stays down. Generally with 4-seam fastball, you're going to try to run upstairs in the strike zone, but he had to throw a strike, especially with Trout on deck. Cole gets a fastball and the lift in that zone. 3-1 pitch, drives it out for 2-run home run.
for Cole. 10 hits in his last 6 games.
New pitcher on for the Angels. Jose Alvarez takes over. This will be his 15th game. 0-1 with a 1.80 ERA. Kyle Seager to lead things off for Seattle. Danny Valencia to follow. Then Guillermo Heredia. New catcher, it's Juan Gratterall. Seager tonight 0 for 2 with a walk.
Boy, late on that 92-mile-an-hour fastball from Jose Alvarez.
One, two. Many of the Angels thought that was a strike. Maybe it missed a little bit.
Looked like Gratterall was going to throw it around the diamond. See if it indeed gets the lower part of the strike zone. And it does, crossing the plate at 92.
Full count. Last thing you want to do is gift base runners here, especially if they're getting ahead. 3-2 pitch. That's out toward left. David calling for it.
It's always what you want to do is force him to hit the big part of the yard. Gets that important first out. Mike Scioscia will play matchup himself here, it looks like.
That's going to be it for Alvarez with Valencia coming to the plate. So she's going to go back out to the bullpen. We have ourselves a pitching change. We've had quite a few of those tonight. With one out here in the 8th inning, the Angels on top 4-3. Stream them live on your mobile device with Fox Sports Go. Download the app and take Fox Sports West and Angels baseball with you wherever you go. Presented by Fios by Frontier. Yusmeiro Petit comes on in relief here with one out, nobody on to face Danny Valencia and Guillermo Heredia. Petit pitching in his 10th game this year with the Angels. No record of 3.14 ERA, 14 strikeouts, 3 walks. 14 and a third. Valencia homered in the 6th.
Mike Scioscia was asked today if Petit might be in that mix as far as potential starter spot vacated by Tyler Skaggs, potential on Thursday. Well, he's non-committal at that point now with Petit in the game. Obviously, that's not going to be the case now for Petit start on Thursday. More likely now, Daniel Wright.
One and two. Petit, the 4th reliever used by Scioscia. Parker 2/3 of an inning. Hernandez 1. Alvarez a 1/3. Mariners have used 4 relievers as well.
There's Daniel Wright next to Bud Norris down in the bullpen. That's a great slider. Took a little bit off that pitch. Great location. You see Valencia was just trying at that point just to foul that one off. Unable to do so. Swing and miss by Petit. Very important out here now for Petit. Potentially, if you get through this inning, you might not have to see Robinson Cano in the 9th.
Hey, nice guy. We just don't want to see him in
No.
the 9th.
Yeah, we could watch him take batting practice tomorrow.
Great smile. Great attitude.
This is an all-around good guy.
Yeah.
We'd like to see him tomorrow.
Pushing the bunt foul. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ready is 0 for 2 with a hit by pitch. That ball just slipped out of his hand. Two on. And Heredia hits one out to deep left field. Maben's back. And that is caught by Cameron Maben.
He was just
Oh,
playing the
man.
drama.
Interesting route to boot. He robs Heredia of a game-tying home run.
Gets back to the wall, reaches up, and brings it back for Cameron Maben. What a game for Maben.
catch out in left field. It was an interesting way to get back to the wall by Maben. Got there and at the last second threw the glove up.
It looked like he was thinking about jumping the other way to get back. Oh, I'll go that way. Remember, hadn't played left field since 2007. Yeah, no problem. That ball was over the wall when he caught it.
Heredia can't believe it. That would have tied the score up at 4. That's almost like one of those baseballs at the Metrodome when they used to allegedly turned on the air conditioning units at the last second. The ball just moved back.
And Cameron Maben, we talked about it on the Gooby Tuesdays, being a great talk show host. I'm sure he'll have a lot to say about that play and the route to make that play.
Valbuena will lead things off here in the 9th inning for the Angels. His second plate appearance. Simmons and Espinosa due up after him. Valbuena skies one to right.
He just missed that one.
One pitch and 1 out for Gene Machi.
Machi's fastball's going to be around 90 to 94 range. Slider, and quite a few split finger fastballs.
Edwin Diaz, 1/3 of an inning, gave up the home run. Cole Calhoun gets charged with a run. Zick got charged with the other run. Simmons tonight 1 for 3 with a single and a walk. Norris getting ready. Jam there, Valencia takes it himself, 2 outs. Brings up Danny Espinosa.
Espinosa with 3 home runs this season, all in the 9th inning.
Danny 0 for 4 tonight, a couple of strikeouts. Seattle in the bottom of the 9th has 8, 9, and 1 due up. Zunino, Dyson, and Segura.
Boy, Espinosa would love to catch one of those split finger fastballs on the inner half of the plate. See if he can do some damage to it.
Pulls this one over to Valencia. Machi has himself a 1-2-3 9th. We head to the bottom of the 9th. Bud Norris coming on to relief. Trying to pick up the first one of this 3-game set. Seattle, the first of a 3-game set. Bud Norris on a relief to try to close it out for Mike Scioscia and the Angels. 14th game for Bud. No record, a 2.57 ERA, 5 saves, 14 innings of work, 19 strikeouts, and 6 walks.
Last game out was through a couple fastballs at 97.
Yeah, he walked the first man and then struck out the next 3. That was on Sunday, picking up that 5th save.
Always will put that initials of his grandfather in the back of the mound. And so much to him in his career.
Boog Powell to pinch hit here for Mike Zunino. They need base runners. First one downstairs. Here's the Boog. They ever do that for you in Kansas City? Goob.
Well, it's more likely to be Boo.
You're those are actually legit boos.
Yes.
Takes a strike. 3rd game for Powell, 0 for 3 so far. Dyson on deck, then the top of the order, Gene Segura. 2 balls, 1 strike. At the Bishop Yale High School, Orange Coast College, A's 20th round pick in 2012. Three and 1. Powell Tacoma's hit 261.
This guy you want to get to, especially with Dyson on deck and his speed.
Late on the fastball, full count.
95. That fastball from Norris.
Payoff pitch. This one's out towards shallow left. Maven comes in a couple of steps. 1 down.
A little easier play than the last one he had to make. And now it's time for the Land Rover Above and Beyond Player of the Game. Cole Calhoun with the go-ahead 2-run home run. Diaz, their closer, on a 3-1 fastball. 10 hits, last 6 games for Cole Calhoun. He is our Player of the Game. Brought to you by Land Rover. Escobar well in to try to take that bunt away potentially from Dyson, who does have great speed and is a very good bunter.
Dyson tonight 0 for 3. Couple of fly ball outs and a ground ball to Espinosa. Takes low. 8 hits tonight for the Angels, 5 for Seattle. Both starters get the no decision. David Hernandez, the pitcher of record for the Angels. Diaz on the line for Seattle. 1-0. 1-1.
Broke a little piece of the bat off.
Either that or the that thumb guard.
Thumb guard went off.
Seen that a couple of times in the course of the season. 1-2. Just missed it. Norris wanted that pitch.
Looked like it froze everybody.
Scioscia's hot.
Back to his cut fastball after a fastball to pitch before. Same plane. Now went with a little late break to it.
Gene Segura on deck. 2-2 again. This is hit past Escobar. And it's a one-out base hit. Norris kind of staring back in at Gabe Morales, the home plate umpire. Thought he had a punch out. Said it's a one-out single, and you got the speedy Dyson on board with Segura coming up.
So you got speed on the bases, speed at the plate. With Escobar in, very difficult to react and make that play. And if you get to that baseball when you're diving, you're not going to throw out. Dyson with his speed. Mentioned 8 stolen bases in 10 attempts. Graterol and Norris will be tested here.
Eight of 10 so far this year for Dyson. Segura late on the fastball. It's 0-1 count. Shortstop, 1 for 3, had a single in his last at bat. Segura 1 for 11 in his career against Bud Norris.
Now ahead of the count, you have an option now if you're Mike Scioscia for a pitch out. Bud Norris has a quick move. You can see on that one there. Times you see a couple pickoffs. That's when the Angels elect to go with a pitch out.
Segura gets jammed. No balls, 2 strikes. A little over 15,000 tonight here in the opening game of this 3-game set. Roof closed for the entire night. Valencia gave Seattle a 3-2 lead in the 6th inning with a second home run of the season. Cole Calhoun with 2 outs off Edwin Diaz, the closer, a 2-run home run in the 8th to put the Angels up 4-3. So we stand now as Dyson gets back easily. No balls, 2 strikes with 1 out. Dyson doesn't go, and Segura fouls it back. High fastball.
Had a pretty good hack at that one also.
Graterol looking into Scioscia. Dyson is yet to really show as if he's going to be moving at all. Casey Candel was just talking to him, the first base coach. Pitch out, nothing's happening.
The general rule of thumb is after a pitch out, you're going. But also you put yourself in a position, especially with 2 strikes, you can have a strike him out, throw him out, and that's how the game ends. Looks like he's going. And a close play at first.
One, two. Swing and a miss. Down goes Segura. 2 down. Got him to chase.
That's a good, sharp, cut fastball to get a swing and miss. Bud Norris starts on the outside part of the plate, then off the corner for a swing and miss. See how tight that rotation of that cutter is.
So 2 outs and a man at first, and it's Ben Gamble at the plate. Halos trying to seal their 11th comeback win of the season. Gamble tonight a strikeout, a walk, a pop-up, and a sacrifice bunt. That puts him at 0 for 2.
Yeah, Norris, not your typical closer. Most closers aren't real quick to the plate, don't have necessarily real good pickoff moves, but because Norris has been a starter, he's been very good as far as slowing down a team's running a game and attempts against them.
1 ball, no strikes, filling the void for the injured back end of the bullpen. Andrew Bailey, Cam Bedrosian. Houston Street's been out all year. Mike Morin's also on the shelf. So it's been Norris who's been able to pick up the slack and record 5 saves to date, looking for number 6. 2 balls, no strikes, and you've got Robinson Cano.
Yeah, this is the guy you want to focus on right now. Even though you want to be quicker to the plate, you want to pay attention. Just hold the ball against Dyson right now. Make him stop. Your focus is on this batter right here.
Can you focus too much on the guy at first base, knowing who you have on deck?
I think your focus is right on the batter. You got 2 outs. You don't want him to come. We talked about it even before the inning started. Right. You want him to get in the bat in the first inning tomorrow night. Again, just hold the baseball, but your focus on the batter. Utilize the defense. You have a very good defense behind you.
Overthrown pitch. And now it's 3 balls and no strikes on Gamble.
And more likely he'll be taking possibly 2 pitches, knowing who's on deck. Overthrown cut fastball, blocked well by Gratterall.
.20 pitches thrown by Bud, 11 strikes, 9 balls. Gave up the 1-out single to Dyson. Just struck out Segura for round number 2. The 4-pitch walk puts the tying run at second base. Charles Nagy out to pay a visit. And a guy that we would have been content to see tomorrow, and not in the 9th inning, Robinson Cano will come to the plate.
You got good speed on the bases for Seattle also with Dyson and Gamble.
Yep. Tying run at second. The winning run at first with 2 down. And while he's throwing, 21, 22 pitches here, 21 pitches in the ninth inning. Quite a few throws to first base.
Some coming from the bench, some on his own.
Cano 1 for 1 in his career against Norris. Outfield straight around. Espinosa out at shallow right. Simmons a little bit toward the middle. Big hole on the left side, and we've seen Cano go to the left side of the infield a couple of times today. He's 2 for 4 on the night. Norris's first one on the way. Fastball in for a strike.
They painted the outside corner.
Simmons trying to keep Dyson as close as possible. Trying to prevent that run from scoring should Cano get a ball into the outfield grass. 0-1. Breaking ball almost hits a cut fastball. Straightens Cano right up.
Cut fastball in. Quick look out at Norris.
Robbie chance here at safe go. Cruz on deck. Here comes the 1-1 pitch. Outside, 2-1. He's getting away from Bud Norris. 2 out, 4-pitch walk to Gamble, putting runners at first and second, and ground roll out to pay a visit.
Alfredo setting up the outfield defense along with Dino Ebel.
Set up inside. 2-1 pitch. Almost got to the chase. Misses. 3-1.
See how close he did the chase net? No, held up.
Norris ready. 3-1 pitch. Ground ball through the left side. Dyson will score. We're tied at 4. The entire night he's gone to the left side of the infield, and the Angels still play Simmons toward the middle. And now the winning run standing at second base.
And the guy we said we didn't want to have to come up in this inning comes up, and he comes through for Seattle. Fastball away. This went with it. Let the baseball travel, didn't try to do too much. Punch it through the hole. Was short.
So here's Nelson Cruz, 1 for 4. You can't walk Ben Gamble with 2 outs with Cano on deck on 4 pitches. 0-1. You're just begging for trouble at that point. 4-4 here in the ninth. Gamble the base runner at second, Cano at first. 1-2, pardon me, 0-2. Cruz 1 for 2 in his career against Bud Norris. Bruce and I with an RBI single back in the second, picking up his 24th run batted in. Now the 1-2. Tight. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Baseball really had some late run to it. Starts middle of the plate, runs off the inside corner by a lot.
Two ground ball to short. Simmons will go to second, force out Cano, and we're going to extra innings. We're tied at 4 with 8, 9, and 1 coming up for the Halos.
Here from Safeco Field. Cole Calhoun against Diaz. A 2-run home run, go-ahead home run. And then Cameron Maben with the defense to keep that lead at that point. But Robinson Cano, the guy you didn't want up in that part of the game, singles and scores Dyson to tie the game. We are in the 10th now.
Machu pitched the 9th inning, a 1-2-3 ninth. Back out for the 10th inning. Maben, Grounderall, and Escobar for the Angels here in the 10th. Down to the second. 1 down. So Grounderall will step up for his first plate appearance tonight. Took over defensively in the 8th. Maldonado was pinch hit for him. Juan 1 for 8 so far this year. Looks like the Angels have Deolis Guerra getting ready.
Grounderall picked up his first major league hit, a double here in September. First career hit, and ended up getting an RBI out of it. September 2nd.
Ground ball toward Valencia. First it goes foul.
battling here for Gratterall, trying to get on base.
Oh, 2 again off the plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Scary thing is that we're closing in on 4 hours. This is the 10th inning. That's how slowly this game was played from basically the 6th inning on.
A lot of pitchers being used.
Yep.
A lot of pitchers being used in this game.
1-2. Off speed inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Now Escobar on deck.
Twelve pitchers used in this game.
Both starters getting knocked out after 5 1/3. Paxton and Shoemaker. Two. Gratterall fouls it off. Little battle for 1. To right center field. Gamble's not going to get there. It'll fall in for a base hit. Bobbles it for a second. Juan's going to stay right there. 1 out base hit puts a man on with Escobar coming up.
It's a real good at bat for Juan Gratterall. Fought off some tough pitches and goes the other way. Like initially that ball might be able to skip by. Gamble knocked it down and got it in quickly. Keeps Gratterall at first. See all those different pitches. Painting the corners, but this one right down the heart of the plate, and he stayed back and lines it in the right center field.
Escobar tonight a 1 for 4 game with a single in the 6th. Two balls, no strikes. Might be his last batter with action in the Mariners pen. Calhoun on deck.
Good pitch to do damage here for Escobar.
That pitch was
That's
down
going
below
to
the
get Mike
strike
Socha
zone.
in trouble right here.
That wasn't even close to being a strike, and it gets rung up. It's 2-1.
As you see this pitch right here, below the strike zone. Still a good count for Escobar to sit back and drive a fastball.
Off-speed pitch.
And with a splitter.
It's 2-2.
See how much that ball dropped with splitter. And Escobar was sitting thinking he was going to get a fastball, loses control of the bat.
Ground ball towards second. Cano gets Gratterall, and they turn the double play. And the Angels are done here in the 10th inning. We head to the bottom of the 10th. Still tied at 4.
Well, Mike Socha may take a look at that.
Yeah. I thought Gratterall did a nice job of sliding underneath the would-be tag of Cano. No challenge. So we will head to the bottom of the 10th. The Oldest Garrett coming on a relief, 4-4 game.
Applies the tag, and then the quick throw right on the helmet. Valencia able to keep his foot on the base. Another pitching change for the Angels. Oldest Garrett coming on for the Angels out of the bullpen. Trying to keep this tie, get to that 11th inning, 1-1 mark with an ERA 6.75. Winning pitcher on the Friday, Texas. Very good changeup. Fastball is 90 to 92 range, plus changeup and slider.
Kyle Seager, Danny Valencia, Guillermo Heredia for the Seattle Mariners here in the bottom of the 10th.
Seager 1 for 3 in his career versus Guerra.
Seager tonight 0 for 3 with a walk. And that is out toward right field, hit well. Cole racing back, and the wrong part of the ballpark for Kyle Seager. 1 out.
Yeah, if he's able to pull that baseball, whole different story. But Cole able to run it down. And a pretty good hack at that one. He knew it in the wrong part of the ballpark. Runs it down right in front of that 380 sign in right center field for the all-important first out.
There's Danny Valencia. He's had a 1 for 4 game. Homered in the 6th inning. Valencia 2 for 3 in his career against Guerra. That off-speed pitch, while a strike. Not in the best part of the strike zone.
Especially against a hitter right now who's basically his bat speed right now is conducive to be able to drive an off-speed pitch a long way.
Gratterall trying to get there down in the zone. Just off the plate.
They tried to bring that one back.
2 balls and a strike. Opening game of a 3-game set. Good little seesaw battle as we play here at the bottom of the 10th. 2-1. 3-1. Heredia's on deck. He shoots one out to center. Trout back. 2 down.
Another big part of the yard here at Safeco. Got him to swing that pitch, hits it center field, and Trout runs it down. Trying to get that third out to bring that big part of the order up for the Angels in the 11th. Trout being the second hitter of the inning.
Heredia 0 for 3, hit by a pitch in the 6th inning and robbed of a home run in the 8th. It's Cameron Maybin going over the wall in left field. Rather, his glove anyway going over the wall.
And that was over when he was able to bring that one back.
Dale Lascara, the 6th reliever used by the Angels tonight. 1-0. 2 balls and no strikes. Three balls and no strikes. Chucho Ruiz off deck.
Associate asking where that pitch was, and Morales said that pitch was outside, and it was outside.
Four-pitch walk. So 2 outs here at the 10th. Another gift of a base runner.
You got to pay attention. Heredia, no, he has no stolen bases at the season. He has good speed. They anticipate him running more. Seattle.
It's the 13th walk of this game combined. Carlos Ruiz, first plate appearance of the night, took over defensively at the top of the 10th. 10th game. 3 for 21. 1 double, 1 RBI. Good lead for Heredia.
You think he would try to go? Lascara, a longer throwing motion, tall pitcher. You think he would get a decent jump. Bradall with a good throwing arm behind the plate. Bigger lead. Leaning. Looks like he wants to go.
That one backed up 0-2. Never a good sign when you got everybody looking back at the home plate umpire.
The pitch looked like he got the strike zone on that one, though.
Breaking ball, bounce foul. Dyson on deck. Bud Norris went the 9th inning. Blown save for Bud. Up a run on 2 hits, a walk, and had a strikeout. I still think the walk is.
Yeah, I think when you
look
back at for Bud, he'll probably think, okay, that was the one batter mistake made. It was a ground ball by Cano. Got through that hole. But Simmons playing up towards the middle. Going back to that, he at bat against Gamble. Could not get one of those fastballs to stay in the strike zone to get him to chase. It's blocked by Gratterall in front of the plate.
One-two count with 2 outs, and again we'll check in on Heredia. Heredia doesn't go, and Where again misses. So it's 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Easy whole follow up of that fastball away with his changeup, but you have to locate it well. Ruiz has always been a very clutch hitter in his career.
So we've gone from 0-2 to 3-2, and now you've given Heredia a running start from first base with 2 outs.
Dyson on deck. We started that 1-out rally in the 9th by getting on base and then eventually scoring the tying run.
There goes Heredia. 3-2, and down goes Ruiz. And we will head to the 11th inning. Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols coming up for the Angels, tied at 4. And a new pitcher on for Seattle. James Pazos takes over on the mound. With the heart of the order coming up for the Angels. Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols. 11th game for James. No record of 1.64 ERA.
Yeah, it's fastball 90 to 95 range and a slider. Going back to Cole Calhoun's at bat in the 8th inning against a close Diaz. 3-1 fastball and some serious damage done by Cole Calhoun. Well out to right field for a 2-run home run for Cole.
One for 5 game with that home run, 2-run shot. Oh, what count?
Mike Trout waiting on deck.
Watch out. Off speed pitch, got away.
Slipped out of his hand, a slider. Right over the shoulder. Cole Calhoun.
Paz was acquired from the Yankees organization this past offseason. Got into 7 games with the Yankees last year, 11 games in 2015. 13th round pick by New York, 2012. 1-1. That's a foul ball. That man off the knob, right?
Yes, it did.
Yeah.
That's all that you can do is laugh at that if you're Cole. The chances of hitting the knob of the bat. He's like, really? That this happened?
One, two. Foul back. Good rip.
Got a pretty good pitch to do some damage. 97-mile-an-hour fastball.
Another slider pretty close to the inside part of the plate. Evens the count up at 2-2.
Imagine he's going to go right back to his best pitch, which would be his fastball. Outfield playing, especially left and center, for Cole to hit the ball that way. Pitch him away, play him away.
One out.
Ends up going with a breaking ball, his best one he has thrown. See all the different angles and spots at the plate or around the plate he threw, but then his best pitch of that sequence was that one to get a swing and miss against Cole Calhoun. His speed range as far as his pitches, best fastball 97, slider 79.
Trout tonight 1 for 3 with a double, 2 walks.
Ruiz wanted that fastball in and up. Trout would love another pitch, lower part of the strike zone.
Trout's never faced a lefty. Two balls, no strikes.
And that was pretty close to the strike, but when you have a catcher setting up in, especially with a target up and in, and you miss away, very difficult for an umpire to call that, but it was really close to being a strike. See if Trout can get one of those fastballs now on a very good count to do some damage.
Three 3-0. Pujols on deck.
Doesn't do it often. Green light right here, 3-0.
And there's ball 4. So Trout's on board with 1 out.
third walk of the game for Trout.
Fourteenth walk of the game. Here comes Scott Service. What could be telling him?
Hey, this guy's on his way to the Hall of Fame. You better make a Hall of Fame type pitch against him. And Albert looking to do some damage.
Nobody warming up for Seattle.
What if they're not going to try to pitch him inside, either inside off the plate or something all speed down and in?
Albert 2 for 4, double single, 2 strikeouts and a walk.
I got that first pitch fastball. Might be his one fastball he'll see.
First time Albert has faced the lefty. Trout over at first. Off speed. 0-2. Valbuena's on deck. Albert lifts one down the right field line. Long run for Gamble. It's slicing away from him. To the seats she goes. The count remains at 0-2.
Remember, as part of that big comeback, the last game of the 3-game series against Seattle, though Albert led off the 9th with a home run, but he also had a good at bat where he shot a ground ball through the hole to the right side of the infield. And behind the count 0-2, that's the protect mode that Albert is in right now. Throw him a slider here.
Double that Albert hit earlier in this game. Much earlier in this game. 606th of his career. I'll check in on Trout.
That fastball at 95 up and in against Pujols. Pretty close to a strike here, though, when you look at it. Upper part of the strike zone. Not quite as far in as you thought.
Yeah, they go back outside of the off speed. 1-2.
Albert now is 149 hits away from 3,000 in his career.
Trout over first. Good lead for him. 1 out. 2-2. Full count.
He's going to go out to talk to the youngster now. 7 pitches already in this at bat. Albert is 6 home runs away from 600 in his career. Does he challenge him with a fastball? Does he go off speed? 3-2. And is Trout on the move with Valbuena on deck? I think that's the case where Trout will be on the move, especially with a lefty-lefty matchup.
Trout doesn't go, and Albert shoots one to right field. Gamble moving over, dives and he can't get it. It'll go to the wall. Trout racing to third. Gamble up and firing. Trout's being waved in. He's going to score. Albert is going to be run down. No. He gets back to second, and the Angels lead it 5-4.
And Pujols does it again. Another RBI, another hit. Solid effort by Gamble out in right field, but Trout, when he reads that ball down, he has to wait to make sure that baseball is not caught. But it was fun watching him to go from second to third, and no hesitation from Ron Reddick. He wanted a bat. We said he was going to have to go the other way, and he did so and lines it. And Gamble on the full dive just away from the front of the glove. Gets up quickly, does a very good job as far as getting that in to his cutoff man as quick as possible. But Trout, great base running, scores the go-ahead.
Valbuena takes a strike.
The machine has now passed the Hall of Famer, the late great Ted Williams, with that RBI. Now just 4 away from Yaz on the all-time list. Trout scores another run. Second run of the game scored for Trout. 3 walks, kept his hit streak alive, and Albert continues to drive the ball, especially the other way against Seattle here this season so far, with big at-bats going the other way.
Valbuena tonight 0 for 2.
And going back to that base running by Trout, he's got to make sure that baseball is down, and then he turns on the afterburner, and he picks up Ron Renicky, and quickly in that angle he's able to take, slides in with the go-ahead run. Base running once again by Trout.
Trout is trying to steal third. The throw down by Ruiz, not in time. Albert with a stolen base, his first of the year.
Maybe that's why they held him on back earlier in the game at first base. Albert looked like he was trying to time Pazos, and he got a good jump. You see him going a running start. And a pretty good throw, but Ruiz, but got the foot in there. Albert picking up his first stolen base of the season, foot on the base. Of course, the infield in partly with Pujols at third, don't have to come all the way in.
Check swing foul.
Albert was timing him, even the pitch before he was drifting out. You hear a couple people on Seattle on the bench saying step off. Very difficult to do so, especially when you're a young pitcher. You're thinking in terms of the batter at the plate. Step off, good chance you're going to balk.
2-2 to Valbuena. Check swing, did not go.
It's a big run here now.
And Simmons on deck. 1 out walk to Trout, the double by Pujols, giving the Angels a 5-4 lead. Now Albert just stole third. 3-2 on the way. Valbuena almost gets hit by a pitch. And he works a walk, second of the inning by the left-hander.
It's a pretty solid at bat after falling behind in that count. Saw some pitches. Didn't chase anything out of the strike zone. Worked the walk. Long meeting by the infielders with the young pitcher.
Andrelton Simmons tonight, 1 for 4 with a single and a walk.
You wonder, although Simmons very good in this spot, Mike Scioscia's not afraid to put on a safety squeeze, although he might give him a chance to swing the bat first pitch. That's by design, to see if Simmons would tip if he was going to square around the bunt. Man, this is a big run, add-on run here.
First one, Andrelton in the dirt. Nice block by Ruiz.
It's not an easy block, too. That pitch was overthrown in the dirt. He's been a very good defensive catcher for a lot of years in the big leagues.
Hey, Pazos has really only thrown one really good breaking ball. That's the one that got Calhoun.
Yes, and the other one's backed up on him. Use that whole body to block that in front of him. Trout scored the go-ahead run here after walking on the double by Albert.
Chopper towards short. Segura's to Cano, the bare hand. Simmons is safe at first. The run scores, and it's 6-4.
That's a big hustle run for Andrelton Simmons, picking up his 8th RBI. Looked off the bat to have a shot at a double play. That run goes to Albert Pujols. Both runs, when you think about it, the double and then the stolen base of third. Pretty quick feed. And Cano with the bare hand tried to get a lot on it, but Simmons beats it out. Huge extra run. That's Angels baseball, old school Angel baseball, that scored an extra run there with speed. And Albert stealing a base.
They'll check in on Simmons with Espinosa at the plate. 2 outs, a 2-run lead. The Angels have Brooks, Pounders getting ready for the bottom of the 11th. Seattle in the bottom of the 11th has 9, 1, and 2 due up.
Again, what's your goal? Robinson Cano to be batting in the first.
See him tomorrow. Espinosa tonight 0 for 5.
It's the first steal of third base for Albert Pujols since 2013. He's saying, you know, they talk about your speed, Trout. You know what? I got some good speed too. He's able to steal third. They were talking about hitting as usual, like they always do. What a perfect swing for Albert going the other way and lines that ball. But again, yes, was it the right decision for Gamble? You're always going to be aggressive in the outfield, but you play that on a hop, you keep it first and second potentially, but the full-on effort, unable to make the play, results in a run.
Espinosa takes a called strike 3, and we will head to the bottom of the 11th inning. Trout giving the Angels the lead on the Pujols double. Ron Renicky not wasting any time, Gooby.
Oh, that great angle he took, sliding in there. Great base running once again for Trout.
Of the 11th inning. Dale Esguerra back out on the mound. Pounders is getting ready in the bullpen. And still loosening. But instead it's going to be Deolis at least to very start this inning. Gerard Dyson to lead things off.
Changeup is always a pretty good pitch against Dyson. He's quick on a fastball. And you got Escobar playing in. The reason why I say a changeup is good to Dyson because he's the guy that hits the fastball. He lets the baseball travel. He's going to utilize his speed. It's more difficult to do that for Dyson on an off-speed pitch to stay back on that pitch because he's going to be leaning forward. So if it's located well, it should be a very good pitch against him. Case in point right there out in front. Now, if you're Cameron Maybin, you might think about taking a step or two in. Going to be away against Dyson.
Second inning of relief for Guerra. Issued a walk and had a strikeout in the 10th. Gene Segura on deck, and then Ben Gamble. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Pounders throwing the occasional pitch in the pen. Out toward left, playable for Maybin. 1 down.
Always big to keep Dyson off the bases. Get him to hit the ball in the air. We talked about that earlier in the game.
So here's Gene Segura, Mariners shortstop. One-time Angel. 1 for 4 tonight with a single back in the 7th. Foul off the first one. One ball and strike. 10 hits tonight for the Angels, 7 for Seattle. Mariners tying it up in the bottom of the 9th inning. A Robinson Cano base hit with 2 outs.
That's a product of looking for something off speed late on a fastball.
That was by him. Ben Gamble on deck. Guerra ready. Now toward right, slicing out of play. At this time of night, souvenirs for everybody.
Yes.
Two. Halos this year playing their 4th extra inning game. 2-1 so far.
Last year, amazing.
No wins in extra innings for the Angels last year, trying to pick up their third already this year.
Full count.
And this is one of those counts where, Garrett, you just got to trust your defense. You got to challenge Segura with a fastball.
3-2, got him. Gratterall hangs on to it, 2 down.
Took a little two-seam fastball to get a swing and miss. Late movement, huge out for the Angels and Garrett. They sink well out of the strike zone. You have an aggressive hitter at the plate. Expanded his strike zone, swing and miss.
So 2 outs and nobody on, and here's Ben Gamble, the right fielder. 0 for 2 with 2 walks and a sac bunt. Off speed in there for a strike.
It's Ben Revere in about 11 minutes. It'll be his birthday. As they're giving high fives, hopefully, out in the field.
No balls, 2 strikes. Garrett's the pitcher of record for the Angels, just trying to close it out now. 0-2, way outside. And ball, 2 strikes. Cano on deck. 1-2. Down low. 2 balls, 2 strikes now.
Try to get him to chase a changeup out of the strike zone.
What we had 2 extra innings of baseball. We're about the 440 mark of this game. It's not about time of game, Gooby. It's about pace of play. Just go with it. 2-2. Swing and a miss. No. Gratterall drops it. He'll throw down to first. They complete the strikeout, light that baby up as the Angels take the first one of this 3-game set. It took a while. 6-4 the final tonight.
Yeah, very impressive. Cole Calhoun with the go-ahead 2-run homer. And Albert Pujols, though, with the at-bat of the night in the 11th inning, double scoring. Trout steals third and then scores on a force out by Andrelton Simmons. Get that extra run, which is so important. Mike Trout, another big game. Diaz Garrett, what a job he did. 2 really good innings pitch to pick up the W.
He does pick up the W. Pazos takes the loss, giving up the 2 runs in the 11th inning. And